Good evening, my furry friends. It is another terrific Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It is time for the continuation of the Blue Otter Emerald Season 12 playoffs. This week is the quarterfinals. Here on the stream, we will be enjoying the best of five between Conduit Gremlins and XG Ratatoskr. You will also be enjoying another episode of Otter Talk. Guys, thank you for joining us for this quarterfinals edition of OT. Let's start with your IGN. What team you've been playing for this season, and one result from the round of 16 that you found surprising and or noteworthy.
All right, what up? I am Chong Somo. Most people call me Chong. I'm the support for TFF. Interesting result. None of them. I think they're all kind of expected. Like everything played out exactly how like everyone thought it was going to.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
I am Measurable, otherwise known as Must Forgive Me. I am the reformed ADC, and I was surprised to see Mint win over XG. That was very surprising. But for real though, I thought OEE was gonna win versus that Tilt match. It was pretty surprising to see Tilt win.
Interesting. Maybe get into that more later.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Frozen Spuds. I'm the support for Syndicate Crashouts, and I think given all the smack talk that TSS was talking going into the round of 16, I thought it was pretty surprising that they dropped the game to what was the worst team in playoffs. So, I think they're definitely on fraud alert tonight.
Interesting. That was TFF. Who were you saying that you were surprised?
TSS, the Shattered Spire. They dropped the game to Final
sure.
Boss Alpha.
Right. Yes, of course. I guess we're gonna go ahead and look at that bracket right now that you guys were just discussing, those results that were being highlighted. So Mint obviously 0-3 unfortunately against XG. XG moving on to face the Gremlins in our featured streamed matchup tonight. And then, as you mentioned for us, Spuds, we have on the other side there the Shattered Spire dropping that one game, the Final Boss Alpha. And then, of course, the 3-1 for the Fever Monkeys over Elysium on Ice as well. That should be an interesting matchup. So we'll go ahead now and transition this, I guess, into a discussion of these matchups in a little bit more detail. I think we'll start with our featured matchup tonight. So that is going to be XG going up against the Gremlins. We have it second on the list here, as you guys are going to see in just a moment. But for me, you know, the Gremlins, they've obviously performed a lot better this season than I think a lot of folks were expecting. But I just think that going up against XG is such a tall order. You know, XG have been looking so dominant so far this season that I just, in the end, it was a little bit too difficult for me to predict against them. But not the case for you, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, we beat XG in the last week of the season.
You
Say what
did?
you want, since their seed was locked and they maybe were trying new stuff, but they still lost to what a lot of people considered was a borderline team at the time. But I've known this XG team for a while, all these players. I play with the jungler for the Conduit team, and I just think this Conduit team has been underrated this whole season. I think these players are way better than people give them credit for. And I just think they're going to have the right stuff to beat XG tonight. I think role for role, they match up really well into them. And if they just do the same strategy we did against XG and ban Spoobert's Udyr, he's not a character anymore. So then their top laner is just going to run him over because he's also really freaking good.
Interesting. Yeah, I was going to mention as well that all three of you guys are members of either the Noxus or the Ionia division, which of course are the two divisions that we're going to be watching on the stream tonight. So I think it's very very good that we have the three of you guys as our guests this week, because you all are going to have some pretty informed opinions about one and or both of these teams. So very excited to hear from all of you about this matchup in particular. But Trong, before we move on over to Measurable, I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that matchup that you played in Week 7 against XG. You know, obviously those two games are the only games that XG have lost for the entirety of this season. So, you know, you briefly mentioned already, you're hypothesizing that maybe they were cooking some stuff up since their spot had already been locked. Maybe they weren't tryharding as much, but what's your analysis of that series? How do you really feel like you were able to take the win?
Well, if Spoobert's not on Udyr, he's a plat top laner. So he couldn't handle Walk Warlock, who's the plat god. Kaz went off crazy in game 1 on Lilia, but game 2 and 3 he was an NPC. OTF burnt down Cocoa Puff's house and got spam ganked 2 and 3 because he burned Flash at level 1 as a control mage, and then wondered why he was getting ganked every wave. And they put McPhee on Enchanters. You put that man on Enchanters, he's not the same player. He is by far one of the best supports in the league, just like pound for pound, but only if he's on Engage. I think his Enchanter play is good, but he's just a different player on Enchanters, on Engage champs than Enchanters.
Interesting. So banning Udyr sounds like possibly a key to victory tonight for the Gremlins. And then, focusing more towards the mid lane could possibly be an angle as well. But Measurable, let's move on over to you. What are your thoughts on this series? Obviously you were playing in the Noxus division this season, so you have a little bit of experience playing against the Ionia division, excuse me. So you have a little bit of experience playing against the Gremlins there. So what are your thoughts on this matchup and on the Gremlins' odds of being able to make the upset happen?
It's definitely a 3-2 match. I completely expect either one of these teams to get through and win. But I think it's definitely going to be XG based on their ADC. ADC is pretty good, and I think it'll be definitely a bot lane driven match.
Yeah, I think that's the most obvious way to break down this matchup on paper. It's just the fact that the Gremlins are such a top side heavy team. They almost exclusively play through their top side, right? And XG have possibly the best AD carry in the entire league. I was looking at the round of 16 result. Possibly.
I don't know about that.
It's in contention. They're in contention.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we are a bit, but just looking at the stats from the round of 16 that May was putting out from the AD carry position was very impressive, let's say. But you're very impressive as well, Measurable. Don't get me wrong. You're also
thank you.
Yeah. But Spud, let's hear from you. Obviously, another representative from the Noxus division. So you did get to play up against XG earlier on in the season. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I actually think this is probably going to be the closest series out of the quarterfinals. I think it really is a toss-up. I think XG comes out on top. I really am not a big fan of the Conduit roster. I think their bot side is actually incredibly weak and have to resort to cheesing some lanes and diverting resources to their top side. And I think in a competitive series that goes to 5 games, I don't think they can go the distance. I think they'll get exposed as it gets to some of the later games. So I favor XG here. But the fact that actually no, this isn't. Yeah, so I think it's XG.
Fair enough. Yeah, definitely. I do feel like Dark has done a pretty good job of sort of embracing that role of the weak side player and the facilitator and kind of has been filling that role to a good amount of success. But I think it's definitely fair to say that, in the raw 2v2, there is a chance that XG is going to be able to just blow the game open. So we'll have to see. Does anybody else have any other thoughts on this matchup before we move on? All right, sounds good. Let's go ahead and move on over to Tilt Esports versus TFF Aftershock. So, Chung, we're going to come to you last for this one. Everybody else is predicting against you tonight. We're all predicting Tilt here. For me personally, I do feel like Tilt had one shaky game against Optimal Esports last week. But for me, what was really impressive, and we're going to get into this a little bit more later with the All-Star rosters as well, but the fact that Tilt have to lose their starting jungler at 10 p.m., I believe 10 p.m. Eastern every night, due to the parent debuff. And then the fact that Butters, the AD carry for Tilt, was able to step up into that carry role felt like so seamlessly. That was really impressive for me. And I just feel like Tilt, the defending champions from last season as well, just feels like they've got a little bit more to show us still. But it is definitely an interesting, a tough one to call, I think, again here. But Spuds, let's come to you first this time. You, of course, have been playing against Trong and TFF this season in the round robin. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what their odds are against Tilt tonight.
Yeah, so I don't think this is a close one. I think this is
Mm.
probably a Tilt 3-0. I think Tilt outmatches in every single lane. TFF is just going to be outclassed here, and they'll be struggling to keep up from the first game. I think you touched on something that is important. I think if TFF wants to have a chance, they should try to stall out the first 2 games so that the parent debuff comes in. I think their best chance comes when KTL steps in for Delilah, but I don't think that it's going to matter.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Measurable. What are your thoughts?
It's not close.
Are you also predicting 3-0 for this one?
Yeah, it's definitely a 3-0. I don't know. Just Tilt seems a much better roster than TFF.
Yeah, they've been pretty solid. They have been pretty solid. But Chong, let's hear from you now. You know, the thing about TFF that I find really impressive is just the fact that you guys improved, I think, so much over the course of the season. You're one of the teams that I do feel like has improved the most, you know, with the roster adjustments that you guys made and just the way that you've kind of shored up some of your weaknesses over the course of the season. None of us think that is going to be enough. None of us think that is enough for you to take down Tilt tonight, but how do you think you might be able to make it happen without revealing too much, obviously?
Well, I mean, they already revealed the strat. We're gonna make sure it goes past 10 p.m. and Delilah's gonna get subbed out, and then we just 3-2. We're just gonna play another 5-game series tonight.
Oh, okay.
gonna be
But no
easy.
hope in the first 2 games.
Oh,
with Delilah
no,
in there.
no, there is. I think we split 1-1. Nah, I mean, I would say I've been working hard, but I stole the other team's scouting report thanks to them being friendly about it. And
Nice.
got a lot of detail because this team scouts very well. So shout out them. They know who I'm talking about for getting that for me.
Amazing.
But yeah, no, I mean, everybody doubts this roster. We got Rutledge. Everybody doubts on Rutledge, hates on Rutledge. You know, this was the intended roster from week 1. Walk Warlock decided to dodge us, said he wasn't going to play comp this split, and then we ended up getting him in.
Interesting.
So, I mean, like you said, we did grow a lot over the season, but I think if we started with this roster, we just hit the ground running faster, and people actually think of us as a contender and not just this team is going to get thrilled by Tilt. I think Tilt is weaker than people say they are. I agree. Delilah is like one of the best junglers in this league, but if you can't play past 10 p.m., why does it matter if you're the best? If you're just going to get subbed out every series that you can't win 3-0.
Yeah, it
But-
does make things difficult. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, love us or hate us, we're gonna burn brackets tonight.
Ooh, okay. Very excited to see if that does come to pass. But let's move on to our next matchup now. Let's move all the way down to the bottom for this one. We got Monkeys Reformed going up against Syndicate Crashouts. And we do have both of these teams represented in the call with us, which is very, very exciting. Chong, let's come to you first for this matchup as a member who's not part of either one of these teams. What's your breakdown on this one?
I definitely think this is an interesting one. I just think Reform. Right, we're talking Reformed Syndicate. I zoned out for a minute.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I think Reformed, like just on paper, is really stacked with their properly elo rated players. I think if Syndicate is gonna have a chance, you just kind of ban out Espada, force him on tanks, and make him useless, and then win 2v2 bot. I think Spuds can, you know, stand up his own in bot lane, even though we go back and forth sometimes. I do think he's a good support. And I think the Syndicate team overall has a really good idea of how they want to play the game, and if they just play their style, they have a chance. But I just think that the way this Reformed team has looked all season and the shape they've been, I just think they win. I think this one is closer than people are giving good credit for it, though. I'll be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the Reformed Monkeys and Syndicate, in my mind, are probably the best 2 teams on the west side of the bracket, right? Would you agree with that, Chong?
Oh yeah, that's the easy side because you just have 2 teams who are gonna fight each other and knock each other out, and then they're just gonna ride to finals.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm predicting as well. So whoever wins this match between the Reformed Monkeys and Syndicate is probably going to finals. So let's transition this over to our members of each of these teams now. I'm not sure who to go to first. Spuds, I guess you're on paper the underdog, so let's hear from you first. You are obviously predicting yourself to win. What do you think is gonna go down to allow that to happen?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting matchup tonight. I think with a lot of the stuff that happened during the season and even preseason, I think that this was a match that was destined to happen at some point in playoffs. There's a lot of yapping on the line, so I think both teams are going to bring their A game because no one wants to show up in Gen Chat with shit on their face. So I think that we at Crash Outs, we've been saving our best games for playoffs, so I feel very comfortable with how we're going to play tonight. And I think it'll be a competitive series. There's a lot of respect to the reformed roster. It'd be silly to say that they're not good. I think it's a great roster. I do think that whoever wins this matchup goes to finals. So a lot of respect to them, but I have faith that we pull this one out.
Interesting. Measurable. It sounds like Spuds and the rest of the crew maybe have some surprises in store for you. Are you worried at all?
You know what? I would have said that Syndicate would have won if I was still on their team and Pocket didn't push me. But guess what? I went to the fucking better team. And now we're going to beat these motherfuckers' ass and we're going to win the fucking game. And you know what? That's going to be... It is what it is.
All right. Well, he's definitely not lacking in confidence, is he, guys? That's you love to see that. So I guess let's move on. We'd be remiss if we didn't discuss our last playoff matchup here, the Shattered Spire versus the Monkeys Fever. And a lot of people are saying, and I am one of these people, that this is probably going to be the first really big test for the Shattered Spire, honestly, all season. Unfortunately, in the Demacia division, ended up looking a little bit weaker than the other three. And then playing against Final Boss Alpha in the first round there, it felt like Final Boss Alpha weren't really in the best of shapes either. So going up against the Fever Monkeys tonight, I think is going to be the first really strong opponent that the Shattered Spire have had. And honestly, the teams may be pretty close in terms of skill, but I feel like the Shattered Spire is just not going to be ready. I feel like they're going to be a little bit caught off guard tonight, and I think that's why the Fever Monkeys are going to be able to take it. What do you think, Chong?
I think this matchup is actually more lopsided than Tilt TFF.
Really?
Yeah, I think Fever is going to 3-0 tonight over Shattered Spire. This team is very easy to draft against. I played against this exact roster in Titan with a role swapped AD carry and 2-0'd them in a Fearless League. You just ban out 2 junglers and 1 top laner, and this team can't really do anything. Their playstyle is very centric. It's the same every time. They don't make plays without a jungler. And I think the Fever roster is overall like better or even in the roles that they need to be, and it's just going to be an easy series for Monkey Fever tonight.
Okay, Measurable, what are your thoughts on this one?
Fever #1.
Yeah, makes sense. You got to get behind the sister team, right? So 3-0, is that your prediction?
Yeah, it's definitely a 3-0. I don't see how they lose this. If they lose this, they're kicked out.
They're no longer part of the Monkeys, or
But it's not my word.
Oh, okay. But you would vote for them to be kicked out.
I would vote.
Okay, interesting. Spuds, what are your thoughts on this one?
I would have said that it would be 3-0. But with some of the developments today, I do think Fever. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Fever is having to use an E-sub.
I forgot about the E-sub.
I was not aware.
Okay, 3-1.
So they are upgrading their support role. Instead of Metal, they're going to be playing with Arrow tonight. I think Arrow's a better support. I have a lot of respect for Arrow. However, knowing TSS, they won't waive the 3-ban penalty. And I think in this matchup, I do think that the 3-ban penalty is going to pose a lot of issues for Fever. So I think it will be closer than it should be on paper. I do think Fever still pulls this one out, but I think it's probably a 3-1 instead of a clean 3-0.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket once again here, just to take stock after everything that we've discussed. So, most of us are predicting, we have relatively similar predictions across the board, but I kind of wanted to go down the list for each of us and just make a prediction of who we think is going to actually be in the finals. So my personal finals prediction is going to be the Reformed Monkeys versus XG. and I am predicting XG to end up winning the whole thing. But I do expect that to be a very banger finals. Chong, who do you think is going to be in the finals?
Monkey reformed in TFF, baby.
Yeah, makes sense. And obviously predicting yourself to win, I assume.
No, we lose 3-2.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I'll be a
those
little
reformed-
humble.
I like that. Yeah, it's almost you don't want to curse yourself, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to get too far ahead. Okay, that makes sense. Measurable. What are you thinking for the finals? As the one representative on the west side of the bracket, who do you think is meeting you there?
Reformed XG.
You do think it's Reformed XG? Okay, and I assume predicting yourself to win?
100%.
Yeah, makes sense. Spuds, what are you thinking?
I think it's Crash Outs and Tilt.
Right, another representative on the west side. I misspoke earlier. My mistake. So, Syndicate versus TFF. Interesting. Wow.
No. Tilt Esports.
No, Tilt Esports.
Oh, Tilt. I misheard you. Sorry. Oh, man. I'm just...
Spuds
fucking
doesn't
them
believe
up.
in me.
I don't believe in your entire team.
It's okay.
I did actually want to ask you guys as well, because for Spuds and Chong here, I watched you guys play in one of the first matches that we streamed this season. That was all the way back in like week 1 or week 2.
Spud subbed out that week. He got stage fright and said somebody else to beat me up.
Spud wasn't there.
No, Chong isn't worth my time, so I let somebody else take care of him for me.
It's okay. I beat up McFeeds for you later. It's all good.
Okay, fair enough. But I guess just hearing from you then, Chong, were you even all the way back at the start of the season? Were you already anticipating Syndicate to make it this far? Like, what were your first impressions of the team? Like, did your first impressions line up with how things played out?
I would say yes. I think their mid game is like very, very strong. I think their early game is like it's average. It's not bad. It's not great. But the mid game is where that team really excels. They just play the map very well. And Zooey, the mid laner, he's a very good player. Just overall, like, I think that game 2 we played against them, he started out like 0-4 as Yone, and then just showed up to a team fight, and it's Yone in a team fight at like 25 minutes and doesn't die. So it's like, I guess that's a game, because he also just played the fight very well. I did think, just seeing the Syndicate team, I did think they were a top team, like, in the league to start, and I would say none of these teams being this far in playoffs are surprising, just knowing all these players and these names. I think the only way I'd be more shocked is if Syndicate wins against Monkeys tonight.
All right. Yeah, that would definitely be a surprise to me as well, but just maybe our boy Spuds is going to be able to make it happen. We will see. But let's go ahead and transition this discussion into something a little bit different that we have this week. We have each put together an all-star lineup of players from the Emerald League here. If we were going to make a team of 5, then these are the rosters that we put together. So there was a rule that you're not allowed to use 2 players from the same team. It does appear that one of us is not very good at following instructions.
Brother, I said Codis mid, Rutledge top. I don't know why he puts. Oh my god.
Okay. Wait, what's Codis's in-game name again? I always forget.
Yeah, he switches it like 30 times a week, so I don't know.
Right.
Retail row.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know. Anyways, just starting, I guess, with my own roster here. I do have the Warlock as my MVP top laner. It does feel a little bit weird because he obviously wasn't playing for the whole season. So I kind of went back and forth on this a little bit, but I just think he's so fun to watch. I love his play style, and he's got a fun champion pool, and I just think he's a really entertaining player. So that's why he's my top lane all-star. And then Pine for the Gremlins, has kind of been one of the main carries for this team. I feel like he is just really consistent, really strong player. And then Butters, I was talking about a little bit earlier in the show. I was really impressed by Butters' ability to step up and carry after Rat Queen Delilah got removed by the parents. So that was just really impressive for me. That's why I have Butters in there as the ADC. And then Ferromancy I have at support. I actually know Ferromancy from casting with him a little bit previously. I just feel like he's really solid as well as one of those engaged support players. And then I do have OTF 27 from XG. I feel like XG is a team that kind of has a lot of sort of players that demand resources, and I feel like OTF is one of those players that can kind of be a little bit more flexible in how they play the game and kind of adapt to whatever the team needs in that moment. So that's why I have OTF in the mid lane there. Chong, you want to run through your all-star roster for us?
Yeah, I mean, I picked the Udyr God Spoobert for the top lane, Sealer for jungle. I couldn't decide between him and Pine, but I think Sailor has been better in BOL so far this season, especially if we're just looking at like regular season. That's also why I went with Spoober. People give him Udyr too often, and he just carried games. But I think like if you're just going off of stat line, these are like top players in their roles. Like I went with YOLO for mid. It was either him or Eros, but I think YOLO has been having like more impact for the team, especially like later in the season. He's been very strong. Dilly from Elysium. I mean, he started out hot, and then Elysium decided to like throw games to like ruin their seeding to get first round knocked out. But I think if they didn't do that, Dilly would have just been like the top 80 carry. And then I had to go with one tilt player because I can't choose their jungle and their support. So I went with Kakalin. I think they are probably just the best support in the league. They're very, very good. I respect them. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to choose an all-star when you got like 2 to 3 players for each role that you can vote for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were a lot of good contenders for each role from the Emerald League this season. I think that's borne out as well by the fact that all of our all-star teams are pretty different. So I do think that's pretty fantastic. I like your pick for Kakalin there as the support. Kakalin had a great series last week. And yeah, just a solid looking team there, Chung. Measurable, let's move over to you now. I noticed that you're actually the only one of us that did not put any member of the Gremlins on your all-star team. So I thought that was a little bit interesting.
Yeah, so for this, I actually didn't do an all-star team. I did a Spuds torture team. So at top, you got your therapist Galio Espada at top, and then at jungle you have your KTL Flame Sesh after game, and then at mid you got your tilt mid game, and then Zara tilt mid game, and then Spuds in the corner just watching it all go downhill.
Interesting. Love that. Okay, Spuds, what are your feelings about that?
I don't waste feelings on Measurable anymore.
So you're just you plug your ears and started saying la 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 for that whole. Okay, fair enough. What about your team, Spuds? Walk us through it.
So there's an error on my team. Jungle should be Rat Queen Delilah. But I think Lord of Soma has had some really banger performances in a group that is really stacked in the top lane. So I think I would take him. I think Rat Queen Delilah is the best jungle in the league by far. I also think that Rat Queen Delilah would be my choice for league MVP. And then Zui has had a really good split. He's topping the charts on a lot of stats. But speaking of topping the charts, Solo Mason, despite having
Shout out
an
Solo
absolute
Mason.
dog shit team, has had like he leads the league in like damage per minute, gold diff per minute. So despite not having like good setup around him, he's had monster performances, and it's a real shame that he ended up having such a disappointing team, because I would have loved to see him in playoffs. And then I have a lot of respect for McFeeds. I did choose him simply because I couldn't choose Tilt's support. I think Kakalin is a great support, but I went the opposite direction from Chong and opted for McFeeds instead so that I could take Delilah.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, let's go back now and have each of us react to the other rosters. For me, I definitely was a little bit tempted to put Spoobert as my top laner as well, and then I could have put the Rutledge. I was thinking about putting Rutledge actually as my all-star mid laner, just because I feel like that's really impressive to be able to swap roles in the middle of the season, and then being able to perform well in both of those roles is pretty awesome. So I was thinking about calling the audible there. So Trong, I'm happy to see you put Spoobert as your top laner, and I think YOLO is obviously a great shout for mid lane as well. Espada, of course, I think it would be a little bit crazy if none of us put Espada as the all-star top laner. So good looks there, Measurable, even if it is not necessarily an all-star team and more of a causing Spud's misery team. I still think it's good that Espada is represented in some way. So good stuff there. And then, of course, Spuds, great shout out there for Solo Mason. Despite, like you said, having not very many good pieces around him, still looked really good. Still one of the better AD carries in the league. So I'm glad that he made it onto one of these rosters as well. Trong, anything you wanted to react to?
Yeah, I mean, Spud's whole basically his whole list is, besides mid, is like the other players I was considering for each role. Like, I do think Solo Mason should have gotten a shout. I'm happy Spuds did it, because like that dude's stats were crazy this year on like one of the worst teams in the league. I hope he finds like the promised land next season and just gets to actually win something in Emerald, because that dude is actually really good. But like I agree with Spuds. Like support, you can have Kakali and you can have McPhees. They're both really good. If you're not picking like Delilah, if you don't want to pick Delilah for your jungle, like Kakalin's the other good choice from Till, or it's the other way around. But I'm also happy that you, Crewman, you put Pine on there. I play with this man in another league. That dude is really good. Definitely super underrated, especially moving up from his first comp split last season in Platinum, winning that, and then moving up to Emerald and looking like this. It's really good. And even though Espada is there, I respect it. But I think Lordy Soma clears TBH. I think that dude is also really good for someone who I believe is on their first comp split as well. I don't know where GVG keeps finding these players for Gremlin on first comp splits, but they're all really good for some reason. So shout out to GVG for his recruiting skills.
I guess if we were going to put like a scouter or like a coach or something, or like a draft strategist as part of these teams, maybe GVG would be able to get in there. Yeah, Measurable, anything you want to react to?
Why'd you put Sailor jungle?
Stat-wise, he's like the second best jungle, and I wanted Kakalin for support.
You didn't like KTL jungle? He's like the best.
If he's playing Zach.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Thank you for cooking up one of my strats there again. But no, I do think Sailor is like a super good jungler. I actually was almost on this Monkey Fever team before I got offered another position at a different team, and then that team fell through, and then I ended up on TFF. But it would have been fun playing with this Monkey team. I think that whole roster is like really good players. I would have loved to play with them, hopefully one day. But I do think Sailor is second best, third best jungle in this league so far.
No, you're gonna have to compete with Cam on that one, Ferromancy. I also have a question. Is it okay?
Of course. Go ahead.
So Crewman, why'd you put Ferromancy as a support?
Well, I actually know Ferromancy from casting a little bit, so there was some personal bias there. But I also feel like he's just had a really solid season. And I needed to put somebody from the Reformed Monkeys, obviously. You guys have been playing really well.
Of course.
Yeah. Frozen Spuds, anything you wanted to react to on any of these all-star rosters?
No.
You're good? You've said your piece?
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I think that pretty much does it for our discussion, guys. Just to reiterate one more time for our streamed match tonight, if we go through score predictions from each of us, I personally am predicting a 3-1 in favor of XG over the Gremlins.
Yeah, I mean, I put Conduit to win this one. I think it's going to be 3-2, and honestly, I think either team can take it in the end. It's by far a very, very close series, and I just think Conduit's going to find a way to edge it out in the end.
Yeah, I do think actually, I mentioned earlier that the winner of Reformed Monkeys versus Syndicate is probably going to the finals from the West side. I actually do believe that the winner of this match, XG versus Gremlins, my personal belief is that the winner of this one is going to the finals from the East side. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe
True.
you'll have something to say about that, Chong. But anyways, so measurable. Your predictions for XG versus Gremlins, score prediction?
Phew, I don't know. It's 3-2 XG.
So both
It's
of you guys
a-
predicting the 5-gamer tonight.
Yeah. It's so close. It's so close.
Yeah. It should be. Spuds, what are you thinking?
I think it's a 3-1 for XG.
Okay, so aligned with me then for the score prediction.
I
Sounds
think
good.
Conduit can cheese one. But
Yeah,
XG's better team.
I honestly would be surprised if Conduit didn't get at least one. But yeah, I feel like XG has just been so consistent for like the whole season, right? I just wasn't able to predict against them. But thank you guys all very, very much for joining us on the show this week. Now it's time for some shout outs. Chong, anything that you want to shout out? Any words for the stream?
Yeah, shout out McFeed, shout out Raf Pine. I'm rooting for both of you. Hopefully I get to meet one of you. Hopefully I can actually win tonight and meet you guys in the next round. It'll be fun playing against you again.
Absolutely. Immeasurable.
Shout out Paco. Thank you for poaching me. It was a great time on your team.
Very wholesome, very wholesome. Spuds, your shout outs, please.
Yeah, I want to shout out Measurable. I'm really glad that he left our team so that we could get a better ADC.
Huge. Wholesome again. Love to see it. Thank you guys again so much for joining us for the podcast. Good luck in all of your matches tonight. And hopefully we'll get to talk to you guys again soon.
Thank you for having us.
All right. With that, we are going to go to a short break, guys. In just under 10 minutes, about 7 or 8 minutes, we're going to have the quarterfinals getting underway. So don't go anywhere. BOL Emerald will be right back. Hello again. We are about to get underway with the quarterfinals for BOL Emerald. The best of 5 that we have for you tonight features the number 2 seed from Ionia, Conduit Gremlins, and the number 1 seed from Noxus, XG Ratatoskr. XG have been an incredibly dominant force, only losing 2 games so far all season long. For Conduit, nobody expected them to make it this far, but they have turned a lot of heads and have earned their place here in the top 8. We shall see if they will be able to surprise us yet again. Coming to you live from the Blue Otter production room, my name is Crewman44, and I am joined once again by the gracious Gaetano for another BOL battle. You ready for this one, sir?
I'm ready. We had a banger of a best of 5 last time. I expect this one to go the distance. You know, just looking at the names, Gremlins, you don't feed them past midnight. We're not quite there technically, but depending on where you're watching from, what time zone, it could be close. So, maybe they get to game 3, they're feeling, we might be defeated, but then that midnight hits, you feed them 1 kill or a Poro snack, and they just turn online.
Yeah, but rats are also more active at night. I don't know if Ratatoskr would necessarily agree with being identified as rats, but from my understanding is that it is like a rat-like mythical creature from Norse mythology. Don't quote me on that, guys, but that's my understanding of the name for Ratatoskr here. So we'll see. I mean, it could be one of those situations where both teams are sort of ramping up as the series progresses. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And you are correct. It is a Norse mythology. It's a squirrel.
A squirrel.
But
Okay, so not
still,
quite a
can be
rat,
very-
but
can still be very active. So, maybe this is a nighttime game where game 1 and 2 are going to get, not many kills, just being a little, not as proactive. And then later on, 3, 4, and 5 are just going to be, 5-man invades from the start, just A-ramming it down the middle. Who knows what's going to happen, going
Yeah.
into the, a playoff saying, hey, we only dropped 2 games the entire season has to feel good. Like it's the complete domination feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, like if the Gremlins are somehow able to make it happen tonight and win out over XG, then XG will have lost more stage games in one night than in the entire past 2 months combined. Insane.
That is, I don't even know if I can wrap my head around that, but and stranger things have happened. We see upsets all the time happen. In the best of 5, I truly like best of 5s because there's nowhere to hide. Once you start playing and get those, you can have a game of fluke or 2, of stuff not rolling your way. But a best of 5 really kind of seals in the deal that we grab the best team out of this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with our whole fearless draft system as well. That also makes things just more and more spicy as the series progresses rather, and really, forces these players to dig a little bit deeper into those champion pools, dive a little bit deeper, if you will, into the murky depths of League of Legends. It was interesting as well, with the guests that we had on Otter Talk this week. Gaetano, were you able to catch any of the show this week?
I was not. It was kind of
That's
running
okay.
late from work, and I have an hour drive, so I probably could have tuned in. But driving and watching Twitch,
You don't have to watch, you just
distract-
listen.
True. But then I start dreaming about your voice and you reading me a bedtime story, and it just, it's like listening to Morgan Freeman. You just get entranced by it.
Okay, right. Well, let me tell you a little tale, spin you a little tale, Gaetano, entrance you with what happened on Otter Talk this week. We had multiple members. Specifically, it was Trunks Solmo and Measurable, aka Not Forgive Me, the ADC for the Reformed Monkeys. We're both predicting this one to go to all 5 games. So they are also predicting a late one for us tonight. I know that's our producer's absolute favorite thing as well. That's probably his prediction. Is going to 5 games tonight as well. Personally, I'm a little bit more on the 3-1 train. I do think that the Gremlins are going to be able to get at least 1 game, but it's just hard to predict any more than that against the Titans that are XG. Do you have any kind of premature prediction, Gaetano? I know you didn't fill out the full bracket, did you? The prediction bracket?
I did not, but I'm gonna go with a 1-1 start at least. I think both teams are gonna kind of feel something out. Game 2 is gonna be a little bit more of a let's try a little bit of spice for whoever wins game 1 and kind of, pick it up there and really kind of carry it to game 3. But I think it's just gonna be a 1-1 split, and then we're gonna really see someone pull away.
All right. Well, as you can see, everybody, we are into our Game 1 champion select. XG, with the side selection, have opted for blue side here in this first pick ban. You're going to go with Volibear, Seraphine, and Ziggs. Going to be banned away on that blue side. The Gremlins going to ban away the Gragas. That is something that Spoobert found some success with last week, as well as the Corki, interestingly, and Ezreal going to get banned away by the Gremlins. Ash looking to be the possibility here on the B1 for Ratatoskr. So another interesting thing about these teams, right, Gitano, is the fact that the Gremlins play so heavily towards their top side, right? They're really a top side focused team. Their best performers all season have been top jungle and mid lane. And Dark and Vidgarthi have really fulfilled this kind of supportive, facilitating role from the bot lane. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the side of XG to ban away the Seraphine, right? Don't give Dark the option to play that, and then to pick away the Ashe on the B1 there makes a lot of sense, denying that from Dark. And it's also, of course, just a really strong pick right now in general, the Ashe.
Yeah, I agree. Ashe is, a really safe and a nice utility pick. That Ashe arrow being able to start off fights that way, a lot of people discount it, but I love it. You can be definitely halfway through mid, say, hey, we're finding a look mid, everyone can kind of collapse, and a good 2 to 3 second stun is nothing to scoff at, plus the vision that you're granting your team, especially if you're going to be playing towards that top side, as you just mentioned, to kind of, open that up too, or, scout some stuff out to kind of disrupt the other team. So, never sleep on the Ashe pick, but switching here to the Gremlins, the Way pick, a Way popping off just completely changes the entire game.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick, especially to go with so early on in the draft, right? For the Gremlins, it's a little bit surprising for me. It's not like Way has been seeing a lot of play in pro necessarily, but certainly if it is comfort for YOLO swag, then fair enough to go with it so early on in the rotation. Udyr locked in as well here for the Gremlins. This is another pick away situation. Spoobert over there on XG is a little bit of an Udyr merchant. Does really tend to pop off when playing the Udyr. That is going to be denied. Still some flex possibilities for the Gremlins if they want to send that either into the jungle or top lane roles. Personally, I would expect it to go top lane, as PNA is a little bit more of a carry player. But XG have gone for the Syndra and the Kayn. Kayn is something that I feel like is not necessarily in the greatest of places right now. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I would definitely concur on that. Kane's kind of fallen to the wayside for the jungle with a lot of these, more meta lane picks. But having said that, there's still enough room in this elo that if you play something one trick or that you have comfortability on it and know the inside and outs and the trades you can take, by all means, especially if you get ahead, he can be a giant nuisance. So we'll see if that is something that's going to really pay off for them here. And I'm expecting some early runs too with him, to maybe look at some funny gangs kind of going through the walls, some Skarner type stuff that you could pull out. So hopefully some early aggression. I know it's not J4, but hopefully we can see the same thing. And we see from Gremlins grabbing the Leona, another great initiative pick here from them, and can really do it all, peel, engage, great shielding. So I'm liking that pick.
Yeah, interesting. They go with the Leona instead of an ADC lock-in. There's potential for Dark's pool to get pinched even further here, but XG are not going to go for it. Maybe they feel like they've already taken away everything that they were really worried about Dark bringing out. Ban away the Yone here for the side of XG. And yeah, I was looking at the OP.GG. I don't really see any match history on the Kayn as well for Kaz, so that doesn't really explain the Kayn pick, as we're just going to have to wait, I think, until we get onto the Rift before we really get a better idea of what the plan is with the Darkened Scythe. But over here on the side of the Gremlins, looks like support focus is going to be the name of the game in the second half of the ban phase. Rel and now the Taric going to get taken away. Just wanting to deny things that can pair well with the Ashe. What are you expecting McFeeds to go for here alongside the Ashe with what's still available?
It depends on the playstyle. If this is going to be a heavy roam, then you don't want to pick some enchanter. You want something maybe a little bit more the engage type, like the Rel would have been a good one here. Something I haven't seen a lot of, but I feel like they kind of do it all. Is Thresh. You have the hook, you have the lantern, you have the cage to kind of set people aside. Nautilus could always be an option too. Maokai being a kind of a deeper option. So that's what I'm kind of seeing, something that can engage your CC, I would think Nautilus would pair well with the Ashe. You know, that constant, we get one pull, we just keep continuously slowing you down and kind of keeping you within our area.
Yeah, the Nautilus can sometimes struggle into the Leona, though. I do like that you mentioned the Thresh. Historically, he has been a bit of had a favorable matchup into the Leona, where you can just flay her out of the Zenith Blade, right? But we'll see. I mean, Thresh, I feel like traditionally you would pair alongside like hyper carries, right? Where you'd be able to provide that additional safety with the Lantern and just play like exclusively around safeguarding, you know, whatever hyper carry you have. That's surely that's not happening, right? We're hovering Singed.
Interesting.
We are locking in Singed in game 1 of the quarterfinals. Make sense of it for me, Gitano.
We're getting some spice picks here. I think that's what Red is doing right now. They are just like pulling out all the stops. You know, these could be deep pocket picks that they don't play normally during the season because they have, you know, these one-off team comps. And this is kind of a, hey, we have a best of 5. Let's really throw caution to the wind. Let's, you know, figure out what works together. And, you know, I think everyone's starting off playing League of Legends. You play a Singed and you're like, what is a champ? Why is he behind my tower? And then, you know, 5 minutes in, you're like, I want him to stop. I don't want him to be a champion. Please ban him forever. So we'll see how that works here with the Cassandra. I haven't seen this matchup quite often, so it'll be something that'll be a learning for me. It's Smolder though getting looked at here.
Interesting. I mean, they have a lot of frontline, right? Oh,
More
interesting. So they're pivoting the way into the Hands of Dark. They're going to play that as an AP carry bot. Ooh, I don't know about this draft for the Gremlins. They're really lacking physical damage. It's like only Cassante is your only physical damage. Oh, they're playing against Singed Alistar, and it's definitely going to be Red Kayn as well. I mean, I guess they really wanted to force Kaz into the Red Kayn game, but now it's such a great Red Kayn game, man. I mean, look at all this. Oh, I don't know, Gitano. I think the Gremlins may have cooked a little bit too much in the draft, and I'm saying that with the Singed on the other side. What is happening?
I think they hit boil instead of bake, unfortunately, on the oven, and it came out pretty burnt. But you know, we excuse me, we could always see something happen on the Rift and be eating our words later here. But I think, you know, this might be a good sign for the Ashe. You just really have to pair away the Silas basically from yourself. So as long as Alistar kind of stays nearby, you know, yes, you got, you know, Leona Sunlight coming down upon you and might blind you for a second or two, but really that's your only true dive potential is that Silas, and your front lane should have enough to kind of really keep him at bay. Also on the Gremlins, you're not seeing a lot of siege potential since you're all in that melee form, which once again means you're going to be chasing the Singed even more, you know, so which is never a good thing. This is your first time playing or watching League here. Don't chase the Singed. That is your #1 hard lesson learned. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this and this early game from Kayn, if we're going to see action, and then how this top lane matchup works, because I'm just not quite sure on it.
Yeah. Of course, it has also often been said to never chase Udyr. He's another one of those champions, right, where he can be very, very difficult to catch. But at least with Udyr, he's usually not killing you while you're chasing him. So, We'll see. We'll see how that all ends up working out. Does Pine have games on the Udyr this season? Let me check really quickly. Okay, we've got a few games for Pine on the Udyr. Yeah, this split, it's looking like 9 games with a 56% win rate for Pine on this pick. So, you know, there's some comfortability there. Definitely is something that he can play with some degree of confidence. So that'll be interesting to see the jungle matchup as well. I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on. It feels to me like the idea behind the Singed pick in particular is just to neutralize the top side, right? A lot of people have been saying, and we were talking about this in Otter Talk earlier tonight as well, the fact that Lordy Soma, the top laner for Conduit Gremlins, has been just so impressive this season. You know, one of the stronger top laners in the entire league, you know, possibly even stronger than people like Spoober, right, on the dominant XG, or people like Espada on the Reformed Monkeys, who've also been extremely dominant. You know, Lourdes Soma has really impressed a lot of people, and I feel like picking Singed into him is just like let's actually not have a laning phase. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, let's have an in between the tower phase. But yeah, that's also a really great, objectable thing is that, let's just take someone out of the match completely. They're going to be chasing me the entire time. I'm going to be a constant nuisance in the top lane. You're not going to be able to 5v5 correctly. And if you end up, taking the 5v4, they have disengage. They have the Ashe. They have the Alistar. Sidra can, force will someone away. Like, Kayn can escape. So as long as they play on their back foot and really play with smart vision, they can really start to do this push-pull method that's going to really cause some disruption here for the Gremlins. Because I don't see, Leona has a ton of lockdown, but I don't think she's going to be crashing it down on the Singe per se. So that doesn't really leave a lot there. I would maybe a chase scene for Mudir and Singe going back and forth in a cartoon style might be the answer here. But it'll definitely be interesting to see how this early game progresses.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I do feel like for the side of XG, they're going to be pretty happy if that early game progresses nice and slowly, right? Because they, Wei is going to scale decently well, right? Your Wei scaling is going to be there. But I do feel like XG probably have more tools if we get towards a late game. Do you think that's fair to say, Gitano?
Yes, I would say it's definitely fair, especially when you have heavy melee matchups. You need to win early and win often to make sure that you can grab the objectives and, the towers basically on the side. Because once you start, running into, let's say, XG grabs Baron, how much defense can you actually do? Syndra's going to be poking you down. Ashe is going to be, lighting you up with the arrows too. So it's like, it's not going to do a ton of damage, but over time of 30 seconds of taking poke while, waves crash against your tower, you have to hit an all in button. It really puts pressure on you to kind of do that do or die situation here. So, early game has to be well for them. Otherwise this late game could spell disaster.
Yeah. Well, Kayn as well, is a champion where if he doesn't have a strong start to the game, he can sometimes feel pretty useless later on. So, while XG probably would be okay with the early game going a little bit slower, they do also need to make sure that they're not falling too far behind, particularly in that jungle matchup. But one other thing that I wanted to mention, Gitano, is the fact that last week in XG, in their victory over Mint Gaming in the round of 16, every single game, it was a 3-0 for XG. Every single game was over before 27 minutes. The longest game in that match was 26 minutes and 30 seconds. The other two were both sub 25 minutes. So, we say it's really quick, right? So we say that XG would be okay with a slower early game, right? Given these drafts. From what we've seen from this team, they might not actually want to play things out that way.
I mean, if they get ahead early and speed up towards that mid game, at the 15-minute mark, by all means, it's just your time of getting there is going to get to that, that speed up. So I'm sure production would just, bet the house right now on just 3 really quick pre-30 games and be out of here, within a little bit, but the watcher in me is like, bring it to all 5. Let's silver scrape this,
We'll see. Gitano, do we have predictions from the Cats tonight?
We do. They went red, blue, blue, red.
Red, blue, blue, red.
And then I didn't get the 5th one in, so
Okay.
I might have coin toss.
I'll
do that right now.
with the Cats.
This will be
red. Well, okay.
Red for the final.
Well,
they
I'm actually
out of the playoffs already because they lost.
That's right.
Week.
That's right. You proved yourself to be the superior predictor. So really, I'm much more interested in your thoughts, Gitano, on these drafts. So what's your prediction for game number 1?
We're going to go with XG. I know the team comps look a little wonky with the Kayn and the Singe, but I got faith. Like, they picked it for a reason. The boys are going to pull it off. If I'm wrong, I'll happily eat my words. I've done that before, but that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, XG, they've got the blue side. They've got the betting odds heading into this one. The Gremlins clearly are cooking something up. And there certainly are people out there, shout out to Trong Somo predicting the Gremlins to actually take the win tonight. We'll see what they're able to make happen in this first game, guys, after a short break. See you on the Rift. Okay, everyone, welcome on the Rift. Shout out to the World Championships. Going to be, of course, BLG versus T1 for the trophy that you just saw a moment ago on Saturday. But for now, of course, the more important match, BOL Emerald quarterfinals. At XG, Ratatoskr on the blue side, Gremlins on the red side. What was that, Katana?
More people are watching this than the finals,
I think
clearly.
so, yeah. I mean, it's probably pretty close, but yeah, I think we're going to edge them out just barely here with the BOL stream. Especially since we're on the second channel for Blue Water as well, right? Obviously, more people watch Blue Water League 2 than the main channel, of course.
I think of ESPN 8, the Ocho. Like, who wouldn't be watching
Exactly,
the
same idea.
championship rather than the MLB finals? No one would care.
Absolutely right, my friend. These junglers are very interested in one another at the start of this game, but it looks like Kaz will eventually concede the Raptor camp, not actually going to fist fight for that one at level 1, although he probably would have liked the orbs, but not enough to die for him, it seems.
Yeah, I think maybe they're just trying to get a little deep vision or play a little chicken back and forth. Who's gonna blow the first summoner on it? But nice little handshake of gentleman-like, and they'll just kind of let it be at the wayside. I'm interested to see how this mid lane works too, because if Sidra blows a major cooldown here and Silas just pounces on her, there's not a lot of wiggle room, and there's nowhere really for her to go beyond blowing the flash, which will make her susceptible for a lot of ganks, especially with the Kane coming from behind. And if you get ahead early with the pop-ups too, that could be something. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a Zenith Blade underneath the turret for Vidyard. They're going to take 2 turret shots. Their flashes away. But the Ashe is going to be able to follow Mei level 1. It doesn't matter. The first blood goes over to Mei. Oh, dear Vidyarthi, just a little bit too far. The Zenith Blade, that's going to be Dark flashing away, barely staying alive for now. But the auto attacks come through, flashes, and still goes down. Double kill for Mei 2 minutes into the game.
You flew too close to the sun. Grabbing level 2, great job to take advantage, but turret's still a little OP at this point till you get a little further in. So really unfortunate events right there.
Vidyarthi renaming to Icarus after that one. Too close to the sun, as you say. But yeah, I mean, well played by Mei and McFeeds as well, right? That's actually the headbutt back. As Mei is pretty low, but still able to get some decent damage out onto Dark here. That Zenith Blade is not going to connect. And now Mei is able to get out a lot of this return damage. No threat on the Ashe because she knows E and Flash both on cooldown for the Leona. And McFeeds just gets in there for the headbutt pull to get them their 3rd kill of the game in the 2v2.
I know you want to make up for what happened, but that is not the way to do it. You have the advantage. You came back. Nothing really to, gain from that after the Zenith Blade missed. Once that missed, you have to run away. But fortunately, they thought it was good. A tower shot top lane here, too, from Singed.
Yeah, Spoobert potentially in danger there, but that's another fling. Lordy Soma, if he connects the Q3, this is a kill. Should have it. The flash away from Spoobert. Necessary there for the Singed to keep himself alive. Flash forward for Lordy Soma, but the Singed, just enough movement speed there. I think from the passive, he gets a bit of movement speed, is able to scoot back underneath the tier 1.
Very close. Just playing with fire right there. And, grabbing down the Singed early and taking a kill, it feels so good. But when you miss it by that much, you kind of get a little uneasy.
I did actually have some stats for us as well on Lordy Soma's Cassante. Pulled it out in Game 2 last week. I was, of course, their match over the Spire Cats. Lordy Soma was 8-2-7 in that game on the Cassante. Clearly is very proficient on this champion, and we saw a little bit of it there. Not quite able to get the kill, but definitely made Spoobert sweat a bit.
Yeah. So mid lane here, pushing in a lot of ward coverage I'm seeing, too, in the river from just, both scuttles as well as a couple of deep wards plays. So vision is definitely key early here, and they are doing a great job of it.
Yeah. It is already about a 1,000 gold lead in favor of XG. And almost all of that, of course, sitting on the Ashe on Mei. It's about a 700 or 800 individual gold lead already over the way. This 2v2 is probably not going to get any easier for Dark and Vidyarthi. And the top lane is actually going to be the focus right now. In comes Kaz. Doesn't quite connect that first Q. And Lordy Soma does have 6. Goes all out to get back towards the turret. Gets the flash out from the Kayn. Q3 primed now for the Cassante. And in comes Pine and Leona as well to make this a 3v2 play in favor of the Gremlins. Spoobert going to get cut down. Kaz picked over to level 5, but not going to be able to get away. A kill over to Pine. A kill over to Lordy Soma. And the Gremlins are on the board.
Great roam there by Leona, heading up, knowing that you're going to take the Void Grubs here, and then just doing a little extra, going towards the top side. Cassante, good job of just sticking in the pocket there, just waiting for help, and help does come right at the right moment there, so these Grubs should be uncontested, and that'll be 3 there for the Gremlins.
Very nice. Close that goal difference right up. We are back to even. You love to see it. Are we going to be seeing the objective trade come through? XG should know that those grubs are being taken. Nice scatter in the mid lane there. Chain's not quite going to connect. In fact, YOLO Swag might have been underneath the turret with those chains, so possibly a blessing in disguise there. But yes, we will see the objectives traded. First dragon of the game goes over to XG. Makes sense with their control in the bot lane.
Mountain Dragon going over, a little more resistances, Singed a little thankful as well as Alistar here, but that'll be it. And it looks like Ocean will be our next one here. Around that 12-minute mark, we'll be seeing that. CS, nothing too crazy for discrepancies here. Udyr maybe doing a little bit more of the farm rather than the ganking here, so it does have a little lead as of right now.
Feels like this game has been playing out much the way we expected so far. For the side of XG, their greatest strength in this matchup going to be that bot lane, trying to target Dark and Vidyarthi in the 2v2. And for the Gremlins, they like to play towards topside, right? It was a nice roam from Vidyarthi to get up there nice and early, try and target the Singed a little bit.
Yeah, even if you knock the Singe down, a little bit of proxy.
Are they going to be able to get him again here? Spoobert is out of mana and doesn't have flash still either. So yeah, I think Singed is just dead here. Who's going to be getting the last hit? They do give it to Lordy Soma, number 2 now for the Cassante. Meanwhile, Kayn looking for YOLO Swags. Pretty low HP on the Silas. Also no summoners. YOLO Swag actually just now had to burn the flash to get away from that gank in the mid lane.
I feel like there's a little rinse and repeat here going on for the Singe. Maybe if I'm not worth any money and just keep split pushing super hard, eventually I'm not going to be worth any more than minions, but you still have to respect that I'm going to be pushing and have to spend time. So ultimately, not the worst that's going to be happening, but, maybe put a lid on how much you're going to be doing the rinsing and the repeating.
Well, very cool that you mentioned that, actually, Gitano, because, of course, they changed objective bounties, how they work on this patch. Just, about a week ago, they adjusted the way bounties work. So maybe there is some kind of read here from Spoobert, where he's thinking that, as long as I get to fall really far behind, I'm not going to be worth anything. Maybe 5-head.
Yeah, it could be a big brain play that, an outside perspective might be like, he's griefing, but there's actual... I'll play behind it here. Minute 30 here on the Void Grubs.
Yeah.
We'll see if Leona ends up roaming towards that top side once again. I would expect here maybe in the next minute a quick back and then roaming up there. So Spooper grabbing a control ward here in the bush, grabbing a little bit of vision, but will it be enough?
Gitano, how key do you think it is for the side of the Gremlins to secure the full round of grubs here, the second spawn of grubs? Because, with this composition, we already discussed how it's probably going to be pretty difficult for them to team fight, as we get later on into the game. How important is it really for them to get these grubs?
I think it's super important, especially with their melee matchup. It's going to help you take those towers and just become that split push menace that you need to do, especially against this team. So I think it's... I wouldn't say you do or die, but it's kind of far up there. And it looks like Leona's heeding the advice here, and she is headed down. They are going to have 4 towards this Void Grub, and I don't know if they're going to be answered here. Singe did rotate towards the bot side, though.
Yeah, I think this is really smart for XG, right?
Yep. So we'll see how this team fight goes, especially with this many bodies, though. If you end up taking a bad fight...
Oh, Vidyarthi
Oh,
gonna flash
Flashy.
in there, way ahead of the rest of the team. And now
level
the Leona's gonna take some damage on the way out here. Spooper does teleport into the play, but Vidyarthi has already gone down. May now on a killing spree, the fling backwards on a Pine, a double kill over to May. And I think the Gremlins were in a good position there, but Vidyarthi was just too far ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, just a little too early, not having level 6 either, comparatively towards the Alistair as well. Team not able to follow up. You had a good look, but there wasn't enough to come.
Oh,
Like
now Dark in
flash
trouble in the
there.
mid lane. Does get flashed on by McFeeds. Flashes away to get back underneath the tier 1, but it's not enough. May picks up kill number 5 on the Ashe. And now in the top lane, it's YOLO Swag trying to get something back for the Gremlins. But Kaz is here to gank the stolen Kane ultimate. YOLO Swag just needs a little bit more. Does manage to get the kill in the 1v2 and now has 2 levels up on the Kane. The real Kane ultimate comes out, but YOLO Swag's about to get another rotation of cooldowns. Kaz has to dash away, and now May is here for the cleanup. YOLO Swag dashes back in, gets back a little bit of healing, but the Ashe is too strong. May able to clean that one up. Vidyarthi not quite enough range on the Zenith Blade. McFeeds may have to be sacrificed here. The All-Star flashes back over the wall. Pine with the flash to follow. They clean up the kill. Dark picks it up. Number 1 of the game for Wei. May underneath the top tier 1 now. Trying to get some damage back onto Pine, who charges forward. Desperate trying to get on top of this Ashe. Another volley connecting Pine on a blinking health bar. May stepped up too far to try to get the kill. The shutdown. It will go over. Dark picking up a whole bunch of gold. And the Gremlins valiantly fighting back. Will go even in the fight and will get the grubs as well.
What a turn of events here. That is a constant fight here from the mid lane, dragging themselves up to the top, back into the blue side jungle, and then ultimately over to the Void Grubs once again. So great job by Ashe, though, kiting the entire time, and unfortunately just biting off just a little more than she can chew. Also sitting on a lot of money as well here. So, you know, that kind of even things up here. But
an extra 430 gold for Dark there, so it's over 700 gold just from that one kill for the Wei.
Yeah, definitely need to put a little more money in his pocket and feel a little more comfortable. Towards the bot side, though, I don't know if we saw it, there was a trade back there from Spooper and Lordy going back and forth, a little bit of a tower dive, and Singed, you know, kind of laughing at the very end of it here. So a couple items being complete here. Leandri's Torment here for the Singed, and then meanwhile towards the other side, the Hollow Radius here for the Cassante.
More good news from the Gremlins, as Chemtech is going to be our soul for this first game. So XG obviously did manage to get those first 2 dragons, but Chemtech probably the worst soul that they could have drawn. YOLO Swag gonna dash into mid lane, steals away the Crystal Arrow just barely, a little bit wide to the left there for YOLO Swag. Very good try, though.
Yeah, good innovation, stealing that all, trying to make a play here. They had great follow-up if it connected too, so, you know, a missed opportunity, but not a bad look by any means here. So, do you think we're going to see the fight for the dragon as soon as it pops up, or do you think it's going to be more of a delayed kind of dance around here? Giving away 3 early dragons kind of really seals your fate for the sole purpose, but you also don't want to be taking bad fights as well here if it's not your time. And with this Ashe, 6 and 1, it's kind of a tall order to play against it right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all going to come down to the positioning. I mean, obviously the Gremlins would love to fight for it. You don't want to just give over soul point for free, even if it is just a Chemtech soul. But also, you know, we already talked about how with this composition, fighting in a straight-up 5v5 is probably going to be really difficult for them. So if they have a decent setup for it, then yeah, I'm sure that they will try for it. But if they don't have the setup, then it might be a little bit too risky, as OTF may have overstayed here in the top lane. But Vidyarthi going to start us off with the Shield of Daybreak. Syndra does not have flash, so OTF I think is just dead here. Is going to get melted down. Nice arrow from Mabe. Not in time to save the Syndra, though. Kaz will be able to get one back with the Humble Trespass. Takes down the Udyr. Dashes away now. Tries to get back towards the Ashe. Flashes away. YOLO Swag with the flash follow. Just waiting for the spells. But in comes McFeeds to cover the jungler's escape route. The Sun's going to come through here as well onto the Silas. May stepping forward. Looking to get out that last little bit of damage. The stolen Alistar ultimate, though, gives YOLO Swag some extra time. Kaz in trouble. The headbutt away. Beautiful from McFeeds. YOLO Swag, though, is going to be able to join up with Dark. Silas still alive. Silas on the way out. They're not going to be able to finish him off. So very close call there. It's just going to be that 1-for-1. Syndra for Udyr.
Yeah, what a play there. Syndra doing a good job of just stalling out as best as she can, knowing they can blow the ult. At least they can trade back some kills there. And Mei doing a great job of kiting and target selection too, switching back and forth and really helping out. You could argue, yes, you just, McFeeds, you headbutted them away, but at the same time, you saved up your, your cane and made sure that there wasn't a kill onto YOLO, which, a fed Silas is not something you want to see here.
Oh, yeah.
Especially how this game is going right now. So great job from them.
Lordy Soma, 1 level up right now in the top lane matchup. Love to see it for the Cassante, especially against Singed, right? With Singed, the whole idea is you want to try and proxy farm and deny as much golden experience from your opponent as possible, but that hasn't really been successful. Lordy Soma actually a little bit ahead over Spoobert.
Yeah, I think there was a proxy time that we saw that early here with that second death of Spooper trying to go up top, but not finding purchase. And we'll see if the Syndra, keeps pushing heavily like this. Dragon's coming up in a minute. Looks like they're
Just
gonna
1 minute away.
have TP as well, so you really need to set up. And you touched about this earlier with that question and positioning here. So
and Crystal Arrow connecting onto Dark. Flash forward for McFeeds. Can't quite get the angle onto the way. Is just going to have to settle for Vidyarthi. Solar Flare comes out. That is going to be very far forward. Is Spoobert on the front line, but that's totally fine for the Singe. Now the way is going to get taken down by the Poison. 2 quick kills over to XG. And they have Herald the pressure now in the mid lane as well. They're even looking for a little bit more as Spoobert flashing forward. Does get the flip back onto Pine, forcing that flash out from the Udyr, who falls back underneath the tier 2 turret. Tier 1 in mid can get taken down by XG, and they're even looking for a little bit more. The charge onto the tier 2. Get that one down to about 50%. Spoobert unafraid. Another fling onto the Cassante. Lordy Soma trying to use the invincibility to get back underneath the turret wheel. Managed to survive for now. Now it's Bay getting engaged on by Vidyarthi, but Ash able to back away for now, and the damage just isn't there to follow up on these engagers. Oh, the spiraling despair just barely going wide for Dark, and with that the fight will fizzle. Just a couple more kills plus the turret for XG. Able to get themselves into the lead, but here comes YOLO Swag off on the side. They're trying to get on top of the Ash. May in trouble, is going to get taken down here, and Dark picks up the kill once again. McFeeds now is also going to be sacrificed. A nice scatter from OTF, not enough to save the support. And once again, it's XG overstaying a little bit, and Gremlins find a nice punish.
Yeah, they found a little daybreak there in the mid, picking up some kills, but overstaying, as you just mentioned. You could have rotated to Dragon, take the third one, really put the pressure on the neck, but now I think it's going to be a heavy reset and another 5v5 coming up here shortly. May and McFeeds coming up in the first couple of minutes.
In comes Kaz. That Syndra is going down real low. A nice scatter from OTF, though. Kaz still only level 10. Doesn't have the second rank of the ultimate just yet. YOLO Swag connecting the chains on his Spoobert, who's going to be able to take down the Singe. And now the Kane is in trouble. Does find the knockup. Does have the evolved form at least, but cannot use the Emerald Trespass. It was on cooldown. Another kill for the Gremlins. They find 2 in the fight, and they will get their first dragon.
You're waiting for your bot lane. There's no need for an aggressive play here, and just kind of keep them at bay. So right now, OTF, I'd maybe even just walk away in case, you hit a Zenith Blade, a Flash Solar Flare, something goes down like that, and it just spells disaster. Good try on the steal, but not going to be enough here for them, unfortunately. Dragons 2-1 here. Gremlins picking up the 1 here to relieve a little bit of pressure, delay that time for the Soul. Baron coming up in a minute. I don't see either team trying to rush that objective either here coming up. They have enough fighting pressure here, just rotating rather than around the objectives.
And I gotta say, Gitano, I am just loving how close this game is. 12-12 on the scoreboard. XG and the Gremlins, they're really going at it. They're going blow for blow right now in this first game.
Yeah, goal lead 300. Yeah, well, it was until the tower came crashing down, but I'm sure more turrets will be falling. A lot of
As wanting the smoke
turret
here
up
against Lordy
too.
Sama. Lots of members on the way. OTF going to be first here on the Syndra. Does connect the scatter, but Cassante so tanky. Lordy Sama still Waiting to commit the all-out. He's going to use it now onto the Kane. The Humble Trespass in response. But now I do think these XG members are in trouble. OTF going to get taken down first. The push away, on headbutt away as McFeeds tries to peel for the rest of the team. The Alistar is just looking to buy time here and get everybody else out to safety. It looks like he will be able to do that. But 2 more kills going over to the Gremlins. They, like you said, got that tier 1 turret on the top side as well. Spoobert looking to get something back against YOLO Swag here in the 1v1. Does get the flip back, and Silas flashes and still dies. Oh, not a good look, unfortunately, for the Swagster. Spoobert finding a nice solo kill there in the side lane.
Just classic Singe things. You're in a 1v1. You knew you're in trouble. The panic flash away, but unfortunately it's too little, too late for that. And
Look at this, though.
Yeah, great turret take here, and all those Void Grubs are really paying dividends for them with that pressure.
Okay, I mean, this is I'm loving the way that the Gremlins are playing the map here. You can tell that they're really coordinated, trying to look for these picks on side. The question is going to be, though, is this enough? Like, once we get 5, 6, 7 more minutes into the game, we're going to have another dragon fight. Are they going to be able to make it work? The Gremlins, with this composition, they need to get on top of Mei and OTF. If they can get on the carries and take them down, it could work out. But I just feel like that's so much easier said than done.
Yeah, I think XG just needs to group more together now. We see the Syndra keep pushing on the side lanes, which, you need to get that solo farm and XP, but at the same time, you're overstaying or you're not having correct vision. And as we look towards the top side, it is just lit up red everywhere. It's just a giant red room up there.
Yeah.
And, one false step, especially with no escape, no way to get out, and the amount of CC that they have on this other side, you just don't want to get caught out, which has been happened a couple of times. And, so far, May's been a good job of kind of dumping out the damage and being able to kite out something.
Well, Vidyarthi flashes away, knocked up by the Blade's Reach from Kane. McFeeds in there with the combo as well. Vidyarthi in trouble. Leona might not be able to make it out of this one. May comes through with the arrows. Kaz picks up the last hit. Enchanted Crystal, the Ash Hold connecting as well. Spoobert possibly going a little bit too deep, but what am I saying? Of course, the Singed is fine, but May getting flanked. YOLO Swag coming in on the flank. Once again, they take down the Ash, and now it's all on OTF. Watch OTF on the Syndra here. Is she going to be able to carry the fight? Lordy Soma can't chase down Spoobert. Shutdown goes over to Kaz, and now it is only the flanking Silas who is left. XG take the team fight 4-2.
Yeah, May a little caught out there, but also at the same time, they pay the price for that as well. Another TP coming in. Good job on the Singe, kind of staying on the side, making sure everyone kind of stays where they're at. Look at me, the distraction chase. And this gold right now, a 500 gold difference. Like, it just keeps on. As soon as one team gets the lead, it bounces back. In a minute here for the Dragon, we'll see if Gremlins can tie this up 2-2, or if they end up falling here with the team fight. You talked about positioning. They need to grab vision. I see a lot of control wards on that side. They need to be able to place those early and get their feet planted here, because we've seen what happens when they don't. Sindri here pushing mid with May, and I can't wait to see how this develops here and how they get vision.
Gotta watch those flanks. YOLO Swag and Lordy Soma both can be so dangerous. Both have teleport available as well. They are going to be looking for that back line in the next fight. 20 seconds away on the Dragon. YOLO Swag off in the side. No great teleport wards right now, though, for the Gremlins. They don't really have much vision behind the Dragon Pit. So YOLO Swag's probably going to have to teleport just straight into the thick of things, potentially. Looks like the call for the Gremlins might be to just give this one up. Control of the Banana Brush for XG. A nice scatter onto 2 there from OTF. Has to flash away from the Zenith Blade, though. Here comes YOLO Swag. It's going to be Lordy Soma over the wall with the Blast Cone. Looking to start this one off. Kaz and the rest of the team trying to peel away for OTF and May on the back line here. Ash still able to hit for now, but the Syndra has been taken down. May flashes away, still tries to stay alive. The rest of the team trying desperately to peel, but Silas connects the chains. They get on top of May, the headbutt away. Silas desperately trying to get the drop down, but YOLO Swag gets taken down. May still standing. May still firing. And it's going to be XG. They take the team fight another win. It will be their 3rd Dragon as well.
May have just sealed them up right there. They did a great job of trying to get to May, but May and McPhee just doing a fantastic job of just kiting. If anyone ever needed to know how to kite, this would be like the absolute pinnacle of the game to like watch and be like, what exactly is this champion doing? So I can do the same here, especially with all the melees. You just have to get past that initial burst, and she still has cleanse too, but a lot of flashes being blown. So that's a testament for how well positioning Mei is doing. If you keep Mei alive, that's your win right there.
Yeah, I mean, the Ashe just got fed so early on in the game, right? And like you said, the positioning and the kiting have been amazing from this marksman player. This Baron is extremely slow, though, and Pine is here. The Udi are trying to get into the pit, but the smite is going to be good from Kaz. Gremlins can't quite take the objective in time, but they're looking for the team fight now. Spoobert likely going to have to be sacrificed. Q3 connecting onto Kaz as well. Umbral Trespass going to come out. Is Kaz going to be able to get away? Has a little bit of healing from the red form. Flashes away as well. Desperate to try to escape. Blaze Reach gets one with a knock up and a nice E from Dark the Grasping Maw, I think it's called, for Wei. Seals Kaz's fate. So Gremlins get 2 kills on the retreat there. A little bit of a consolation prize for them. They're still keeping this game pretty close, and the dragon was not taken as Lordy Soma flashes for the Q3. Can't quite connect it, but OTF in trouble. Mei is back to try to cover the mid laners. Retreat, the Unleashed Power comes out. They do manage to get one, but OTF been taken down. Lordy Soma, though, underneath the turret, takes that extra shot. Can't get away because of the slows from the Ashe. So 2 for 1 there. That was in favor of XG. PNA already on the dragon, though, so this will be 2 dragons apiece for these teams. The game still neck and neck.
In the back, though.
Oh, yeah, here comes Spoobert. Now it is the turn of XG to try to get some kills on the exit here. Spoobert trying to get in range for the fling. Nice route coming out from Dark, and the movement speed buff as well. Clearly practiced on the way, but now McPhee's with the flash. Headbutt pulled is going to close the distance. The fling back, they take down Dark, and now the grounding onto YOLO Swag as well. Silas does manage to get underneath the turret, and with no wave here to work with, XG are just going to have to settle for the 1.
We touched about this. If XG does have the Baron, how well is defense? And we are going to see it here. A lot of cooldowns, being used. We still have the Solar Flare just in case for the engage, but I don't know if they want to opt into this. Kane's towards the backside, splitting Syndra here as well, but they are positioning forward like they're going to go for it. Here's
flash
Flash.
forward. They don't have Dark for this fight, but feeling like they have XG in a bad position. It's a triple knockup coming through from McFeeds as Alistar, and there's so much damage coming out from Mei. Oh dear, the Gremlins, they're fighting without their only range damage dealer, and I don't think it was a very good idea, Gitano.
I think leaving well enough alone could have been enough there. We lost a few people in the back. We take, we have them leave this tower. We group up as 5. We try to make a hold, but unfortunately, that's not the decision that they made, and now they have to deal with it. You took the dragon, you tied it up 2-2, but at the cost of the inhibitor. Not sure if it's worth here.
Could be more. I mean, 10 seconds still on Pine. Not much of a wave to work with here for XG, and it looks like they are not seeing the end angle just yet. Gonna look for the double inhib. Not sure if they have time for that either. The respawn's starting to come through. They will get the inhibitor, so 2 inhibs down. XG gonna back away. And yeah, the Gremlins there, unfortunately, just feeling the pressure, feeling like they had to do something to stop the siege. But I don't think that was the case. I think you could have just played a little bit more defensively there, even if you have to give up the tier 2. That probably would have been fine, right? Definitely better than losing 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, just kind of knowing where your strengths are and, leaving well enough on, like I said, and just saying, hey, we lost it. That's okay. We still give ourselves time to fight here. So a little over 6K difference on those backs. We saw an average around 2K for everyone to kind of pick up some items here. So, Mei picking up a little more safety here, as well as anti-healing, Mortal Reminder, Blade of the Rune King, and the Kraken is going to do, for this team, great amount of damage here, great sustain, making sure that she kites even further to her potential, as well as a Negatron Cloak, just in case, Wei or, Silas dives on or grabs some sort of, giant kill. I'm wondering if that's going to be why can't I think of the item now with the magic and attack speed? Wits End. There we go. I thought it was, but I wasn't quite sure. So that might be the next item here for Mei. But this turret is not long for life, as both mid and bot side super minions are crashing down there,
Right.
so there's no need to really go anywhere, but just stay top line and let the minions do the work for them.
Yeah,
So
100% agree with that. And this call from XG feels very disciplined, right? Only one lane left to play for, and they're trying to pressure the only place where the minions aren't. Not able to get anything more just yet. They'll just be happy with that top lane tier 1 for now. We have another dragon in about 80 seconds. Blade's Reach not quite going to connect there.
Silas roaming up here, try to push in mid, so a good little
Yeah.
break for them
OTF,
there,
no
but
teleport. Syndra, the only player not here right now.
it's gonna come up here shortly, though. That mid and bot is really marching in quite heavily, and they have to send a response or they have to go in. There's no option either way, but it looks like they're gonna opt out of this. So I think
Oh,
innately
knock back
these
onto
days,
May. Oh, McFeed's in there for the peel. Double headbutt
Bates,
pull. Keeping the Ash safe for now. Crystal Arrow connecting onto the Cassante. Pine, though, gets obliterated. What was that damage? Another knockup coming through onto Vidyarthi. The Q3 from the Cassante getting 2 back underneath the turret, but the fling back gets Leona into trouble. May on a rampage, and now it's going to be Soma flashed away. Not going to get away from the outplay button from OTF. The power is unleashed, and Lordy Soma felt the full brunt of it there. Spoobert now going to be looking for another fling in a moment here. Gets it onto YOLO Swag, and the Silas going to get taken down as well. And I think that is going to do it, Kitano. Only Dark is left. There's already minions in the base, and it's looking like this is going to be game 1 for XG. Credit to the Gremlins, though. They kept it very even for a very long time. And, I mentioned the quick game times earlier on that XG were able to find last week. This is significantly longer than XG's previous opponents, Mint Gaming, were able to push them. So credit to the Gremlins, but in the end, XG are the better team here in game number 1.
yeah, game 1 in the books there, and these kind of quirky picks really paying off for them, especially with this, the ultimate draft style feel. You didn't really burn too much of your mains. You had a Singed Kane here in the top and the jungle, and it worked surprisingly well. Singe into the Alistar flip, into the headbutt pulverize, like it just worked so many wonders for
So
them.
many knockups.
Yeah, and then the entire time of just keeping May alive. Great early game, in the bot lane, understanding that they didn't have level 2, but a great tower play and a heads up saying, hey, we got them. There's nowhere for them to go. And then another repeat towards the bot lane. They TP down there, grab another couple of kills, and it just kind of snowballed from there. But to the credit, where it's given, as you mentioned, right before the game ended, all the way up to about 25 minutes, it was a toss up. We had no idea where this game was going as the gold and the, everything was just even, but it just took one bad choice and one bad team fight to really turn the tables.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think there were a couple of moments for Vidyarthi in this one where we were engaging at some suboptimal times, or even if it was the correct time, right, it just wasn't quite as coordinated with the rest of the team as it needed to be. And that's so important on a champion like Leona, right? Leona only has a one-way ticket. Once she goes in, she does not get to go out again. So it did kind of fall apart for the Gremlins, it felt like, in those moments. But really, credit to XG for playing those fights out really well. Who's your game 1 POG, Katano?
The amount of kiting and positioning and just heads up play the entire time, it was just solid from start to finish.
You said May on
Yes,
the
yep.
on the Ash. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Yeah, the positioning, like you said, really fantastic. It actually did not top out the damage charts. That honor goes to Spoobert's Singed at 37.5k.
Weird.
Interestingly, so good looks there. And I also wanted to give a quick shout out to McPhee. So I thought the Alistar play in this game was just
Yes.
exemplary. So good stuff there, especially from the bot lane of XG. And we'll see if they're going to keep it up in game 2 right after this short break.
brisk, chilling air is calling, and out there we're free to run and jump and live so wildly. Head first we'll go tumbling through places unknown, with nothing but the stars to light our way. And though the sun may set at night, tomorrow looks so bright. 'Cause home is when you're by my side. No matter what we do, together we'll see it through. And I hope that we won't drift apart, even though things change. Without you it's not the same. I know it's true, life's better when it's me and you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champion Select for game number 2 between XG and the Conduit Gremlins. The Gremlins, as the losers of game number 1, did have side selection. They have selected to remain on the red side. Let's start there. Gitano, your thoughts? What do you make of that?
I think they're going to try to, get something hard counter, come back game 1 or game 2 here. Game 1 not falling really in their favor, and I think a lot of it had to do with that early May getting ahead. If there's not 3 kills picked up right away, it's a lot easier to grab that Ashe and kind of pin her down. But with the amount of gold that she was ahead and the great skills of May, it just unfortunately was not in the cards here. So we'll see what they kind of strategize up if we see a more routine bot lane, a hyper carry, something that they want to drag out, or even something maybe more early like Illusion, where they say we'll play that early game since you're not used to going to those late game options here. So we'll see what they come up with.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at our bans here for this second champion select. Volibear, Jhin, and Ziggs can get banned away by XG. So they've swapped out their Seraphine ban for the Jhin ban. And the Gremlins have chosen to ban away Gragas, Corki, and Poppy. So they've swapped out their Ezreal ban for the Poppy. So Seraphine and Ezreal both open that were banned away in game number 1. The Seraphine immediately going to get scooped up by XG. Very, very interesting. I wonder where that Seraphine is going, Gitano. What's your prediction?
A little bit of a flex here. I'm traditionally
sure,
it in the bot lane, as the support, but you could also try to run back a double AP bot lane with it too, pair something up with it. So it's still early to say. I'm wondering about this Poppy ban out. If they do pick something with hard engage here, if they're looking for why can't I think of his name here? The the Brothers of Destruction for the bot lane, Yonan, something like that. But 2 really heavy engages here from the Gremlins. We see Rel and Viego. Viego more of a solo queue champ, but definitely if you kind of get fed here, in the early game can really wreak havoc. And especially if you have that knowledge of all the champions, it's kind of a tilter, because as soon as you get Viego low, he enters a new body, takes away all this health, and then starts to pop up as different people, and you're like, just please stay in one body.
Yeah, PNA did have a nice carry performance on the Viego last week in that match against the Spire Cats. That was game number 1 for PNA's Viego. Was 12-4-7 in that game. So looking for another one of those performances. The Cassante didn't really end up working out for Lordy Soma through no fault of his own. He was winning the lane against Spoobert. But the team fights, the Singed, actually ended up having a little bit more effectiveness. See what PNA is going to be able to make happen this time around. But XG, it looks like they are drafting for team fight once again. The Sivir for May and the Mumu for Kaz.
I'm really liking this setup here, Seraphine ult into the Mumu, and then May once again on that catch me if you can champion type deal, and now even harder here with the ult as well to speed kind of everyone up or engage, disengage. There's multiple options, a built-in spell shield too, for when you see everything kind of coming through. Brand getting picked up here. I'm guessing we're going to see that in the jungle. I know it can be flexed towards the mid.
No way. I feel like Viego
but,
has to go jungle, right?
Well,
I'd be shocked if Viego wasn't going jungle. I mean, I guess you could also play Viego solo lanes, but I don't know, man. I feel like Brand is a better solo laner than Viego is. But what you don't think so?
I never discount anything. I make so many predictions of this is where it's at, and then lo and behold, it's like But I agree, Viego should be in the jungle, Brand in the mid.
Teammate played the Viego last week too, like I just mentioned, right?
Yep. So probably where it's going, or maybe it's Brand bot lane with the Rel. Maybe they're doing another.
It could be
type of thing with
I mean, that's kind of Dark's thing, right? He plays a lot of mages. I very well could see a Brand Rel bot lane. I feel like that's a very real possibility. Let's see what XG thinks is going to happen. For the Gremlins, they've banned away a couple of Spoobert's options here, and the Ornn and the Jax. XG look to also be targeting the top lane pool. Camille and their last ban. Let's see what they're going to go towards. What are they afraid of Lordy Soma bringing out? So picks like the Mordekaiser I was about to mention have been very popular here in BOL Emerald. That is looking to be what's removed.
Yeah, Mordekaiser just being able to take out a key piece, of that team fight, or even if the jungler comes around, drag is coming up, rather than have a smite fight, you just take them completely out, and then it's a free objective here for you. Plus solo lanes too. If you get it ahead and it just starts split pushing, good luck, sending 2 to 3 champions there, because one of you is going to go to the Shadow Realm and not come back, leaving the other two kind of leaving their hand out the bags. But Dunk Master Darius, love to
Wow.
see it. And, especially with this meta right now, these tank top lanes, and you're really kind of scaling. Darius made a comeback off of that. And the Teemo hover, I don't
No
think we're going to see it,
shot.
but
No
I would
shot.
love to see it.
I mean, as far as picks into Darius go, the Teemo is something that some people do enjoy. I personally would not like it. The Darius is so interesting. I think we saw it was Walk Warlock, I believe, if I recall correctly. Gitano pulled out the Darius a few weeks ago and looked pretty good on it. We'll see what Lordy Soma is going to be able to do. Urgot is going to be the answer for Spoobert, so... Ooh, I don't know. So first of all, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't save R5 counter pick for Lordy Soma. Maybe they're actually holding the brand flex to R5. But it does surprise me a little bit they went for top lane on R4 here for the Gremlins. But the Urgot, I'm also a little bit surprised by. I don't know if I love that matchup into Darius. What do you think?
I think it's another flip. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. Amuma's going to go in, Urgot's going to flip him back into the charm, or Ari's going to charm someone for the start of it. Urgot's going to go flip back. So I think it's kind of a run back of that. And hopefully you're keeping Darius on the outside of the attacks and hopefully grabbing someone here. But, I don't hate the Urgot pick. It's just I'm not sure how it feels into this team comp. Exactly here. So a couple of switches here in the mid lane back and forth, and Anivia, the queen of farm, being picked up here. So love the disengage, especially in these tight corridor fights in the jungle here. You hit a wall, really, scouting off 2 to 3 people off of the fight, hopefully, and the rest of your team can kind of come in and crash onto that. So it is going to be the brand bot side, or, maybe we'll see a random Anivia down there too.
I mean,
with Arel. It could go pretty
it
good.
has been played before, right? That is, Anivia bot lane exists as a concept. But Anivia is something else, Gitano, that the Gremlins did pull out last week in their match against the Spire Cats. And it was YOLO Swag that was playing it in the mid lane. That was, again, game number 1, 6-0-9 for YOLO Swag in that game. So they're running back the Anivia-Viego duo that was successful for them last week, the Gremlins. But I don't know if I'm fully convinced by this composition, Gitano. I feel like the Anivia and the brand in general want to play for zone control, right? They want to control space. They're not really looking to dive forward. If anything, they're more looking to kite back. And, most of the team can play that way. The Rel feels a little bit out of place, though, to me in that regard. It feels like the Rel wants to go forward, but she's kind of the only champion in this composition that does. You can go forward as Viego, but you absolutely do not want to be the first person engaging on the Viego, right? If you get burst down at the start of the fight, I mean, that's like so much of your pick's value is just disappearing there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the Gremlins decide to play out these team fights. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same boat here with the Gremlins of once you punch your ticket in, you do not come out of there. So you need to be able to pick your fights correctly. And we saw with the Leona in the first game, a couple of, just 2 or 3 second differences could really have turned those team fights. So we'll see if they have the pause button here, the control of like, okay, where's the team at? Am I communicating that I'm looking to go in, not just flash blowing and hoping the team could follow up? But on the side of XG, I'm liking this overall comp, especially into the Gremlins with the Sivir, who's really going to dive you. You can maybe see the flash, Rel and kind of go in Magnet Storm, but there's not a really great amount of follow-up. And we saw in game 1 how well they did peeling for Mei, and I think the Seraphine's going to do an amazing job on top of that as well here. So, unfortunately, I think, XG may have got the better of this draft once again.
Yeah. Quick shout out to Papega. We actually have him, the client, with us, the coach for XG. Feels like they've got a really good read on the Gremlins, right? On how the Gremlins want to play, on what picks the Gremlins really want to prioritize. In game 1, taking away the Ashe, now taking away the Seraphine, just really targeting some of Dark's best picks. And, not allowing him to use those to really facilitate and kind of cover over what a lot of people kind of highlight as the weakest part of this Gremlins roster, being the bot lane, right? So I think it's a really good read, and I really like this draft as well. Like you said, Katana, from XG, it feels pretty cohesive. You've got the Amumu to start the fights, and then you've got amazing follow-up with the Ahri, and the Seraphine can kind of slingshot her ultimate off the Amumu who's diving in, right? It's a crazy amount of CC, and then you have the Sivir hyper carry for the DPS for May here, who had such a phenomenal game number 1. It feels like it's a draft that not only denies some of what the Gremlins wanted to do, but also plays to XG's strengths.
I agree 100% here. So I think it's that, once again, that early game is going to tell the tale of how it's going to go, and hopefully the Gremlins have, enough control here not to try and attempt what they did here in game 1 and go all in back to back. Getting that Sivir ahead early would just spell catastrophe for them here. So I'm also worried about the double AP, like, for your carries of your damage. It's not consistent once you start burning those down. Where does your damage really truly lie and come from? Darius has a great amount, but you also have to get the resets, you have to grab the kills. It takes time to really stack you up, and with this team of XG, you're not going to get that time to really set up because no one's really coming into you besides the Amumu, so that's going to be your only target here. So Viego has to come on super early or play something hardcore to the jungle, maybe even an invade, try to get that, catch him out here at Wolves, or somewhere Raptors trying to get him caught out to maybe get his team ahead and be able to rotate early. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
Yeah, definitely. Just to play devil's advocate a little bit on that point, Gaetano, I do feel like the Gremlins at least have more physical damage than they did in the previous game, right? So there's some positive trajectory there. And also for the side of XG, they don't really have as much frontline this time around. It's really only the Amumu that's going to be stacking resistances, right? So I don't know if I'm super concerned about the damage profile for the Gremlins. I definitely hear you with like most of the damage coming from Brandon and Nivea. If they fall behind, if the Gremlins fall behind, that definitely could be a cause for concern in that regard, right? And with the damage profile, coming into play there. But I do think, at the very least, they do have plenty of damage, right, for the Gremlins. The question is really, for me, are they going to be able to utilize that damage effectively, put themselves in winning positions, something that they kind of struggled to do last game? It felt like a lot of the big moments for the Gremlins in the previous game were like, picking people off on side lanes, or like overextensions from XG overstaying a little bit, getting a little bit too greedy. It felt like once we had the map in a neutral state and both teams were kind of able to set up how they wanted to, it felt like XG always had the upper hand in those situations.
So maybe Gremlins here, if this style doesn't work, maybe game 3 they look to something a little bit more pick style. You got the Nocturne, you got TF, you got Galio, something early game that can kind of really roam, utilize that ult, even Shen TP as well. Gangplank, can be effective here on the sideline and still help out. Kind of, something that can just help towards that pick. If XG is going to start side lane pushing here and, pay the price for it, go grab objectives on the other side, after you take them out. So, I'm curious. I'm really hesitant about this double AP.
So I guess it's probably a pretty safe assumption that you're favoring the draft for XG in the second game as well. In fact, I think you already mentioned that earlier on.
Yeah, I am. I think between the Ahri Charm, a Mumu Banish Toss, I think those two things are going to catch them out. Now, having said that, Anivia stuns someone up, Darius pulls, and then Brand just unleashes the full potential. I can see that happening too. So I think Anivia walls are going to play a giant factor in how these teams roll out.
Yeah, it definitely will. And as I mentioned earlier on as well, YOLO Swag had a great game on the Anivia last week, was in fact deathless on the pick. The side of Conduit Gremlins may need a similar level of performance from their mid laner if they want to tie this series up 1-1. Guys, we're going to go to another short break. When we come back, we'll see if the Gremlins are going to be able to bring us to the best of 3 or if it's going to be XG going up to match point. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, Yordles, and everybody else. The Yordles wanted me to shout them out today, Gitano. They said it was okay. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. We do have the exact same sides as game number 1. XG Ratatoskr on the blue side, the Conduit Gremlins on the red. After what was a pretty close game number 1, especially given the drafts, it was a lot closer than I was expecting, to be totally honest, Gitano.
Yeah, it just went back and forth, and like I said, until that like 20-25 minute mark, there was no clear winner in these bouts here. So a little more ranged here for the side of the Gremlins. We'll see if that helps them or not. A little ward here from Moo gonna get poked out. Just a little auto attack, so nothing too
Feeling
crazy.
pretty similar to game 1 so far.
Yeah.
Similar maneuver from Kaz, right?
Just nice little, hey, I'm here. What's up? Grab a little vision.
Phase Rush for Spoobert's Urgot. Interesting. Is this common Urgot tech, or is this something specific into the Darius? Do we know?
Sure. I'm just gonna nod my head and
We
say
don't know
yes.
about
I'm
Urgot
not
tech? That's
unsure.
totally fine, yeah.
Also,
an
why did the
interesting twist,
Yordles
though.
get shouted out, but no Demacians or Noxians? Like,
Well,
but,
most Demacians,
you
and
know,
I feel like they fall into those same buckets of men, women, boys, girls, and Yordles. Most of them, you know, and I'm not trying to exclude non-binary people. Shout out to you guys as well who don't identify as men or women. But I feel like that's pretty all-encompassing. Like I don't feel like I need to shout out Demacians and Noxians in
it,
particular, if that
oh,
makes
so
sense.
they are just so common that, who
No,
cares
because
about them?
they are men and women that live in Demacia and Noxus. So I've already shouted them out. You know what I mean? Like I would be shouting them out twice.
Fair enough. Fair. What about Freljords? The Freljordians, they're
Okay, I think we've had enough of this
yeah.
conversation, Gitano. We are seeing some early priority in these lanes for XG once again. Mid lane in particular going the way of OTF so far, as we can see here. May has taken some bad trades down towards the bottom lane. Sivir is down to about 50% health. Already gone through that health potion. So Dark and Vidyarthi having a better time of things, a better go of things so far in the early laning phase.
Yeah, Brand just being able to really poke out here with that damage wombo combo here.
Ooh.
But top side
Some
here, a little
CC getting
trade back and
buffered
forth.
towards the top side. Lordy Soma getting the bad end of the trade early on, but Darius in these early levels is so dangerous, and Spoober did not respect. Lordy Soma picks up the first blood.
That's what you like to see. A great job top lane here. Heads up play and getting that lead in the Darius is so dangerous. And now Urgot has to play safe and kind of respect that 1v1 here. Brand grabbing up a lot of damage. I don't know if there's spell shield on that Sivir, and I think that should have been taken level 2 to mitigate some of this damage here. As you see, May about a 4th HP right now, and the wave not going to really crash here at any point towards her as well. So have to wait for a Moo, otherwise maybe a cheater's back. Did grab up the call though, as well,
Okay.
so a little delayed
Yeah.
gratification.
Clearly, May was anticipating a tough laning phase, right? Just looking to stack up the call early on. And at least you do have a little bit of sustain from the Seraphine as well, right? To try and mitigate a little bit of this damage coming out from the Brand.
Oh,
And
Urgot.
look at the top lane, actually. Spoobert looking for the return kill. Lordy Soma flashes away. Looks like Darius is getting away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kaz in trouble. Tries to flash away. Still gets taken down by Pine. The stolen Amumu. Oh, Pine can't quite connect the bandage toss, and OTF is going to be able to get back underneath the tier 1 turret. 2-0 now on the board for the Gremlins. The top side is doing well in the early game.
Yeah, it's exactly what you wanted here. So Viego picking up an early kill, that's what you want. Hopefully maybe that'll turn into a few invades or meeting a Mumu in his jungle to really kind of seal the deal. I know we touched on Void Grubs here in the beginning of how pertinent that was here for the side of the Gremlins in game 1. Do you think it's the same level of importance here on game 2?
Interesting. Well, we'll see if that priority is going to come through from the Gremlins. Of course, it's going to be the Dragon arriving first. About 10 seconds on that first Dragon. An Ocean to start us off this time around. And both junglers on the bottom side of the map right now will likely be clearing up towards those grubs you were just mentioning.
Yeah, dragon spawning, low vision on that from the scuttle being taken. Brand doing a good job of CSing here. I haven't seen a lot missed, and up early on here, around that 13 CS, headed back with
Oh.
some money in his pocket too, around
May actually,
1,600.
Yeah, and May missing a wave right here as it crashes into the turret, so we're not quite able to get back in time. So yeah, nice little advantage for Dark of a couple of waves early on in the brand's favor.
And mid, let's see here, Nivea down just a little bit on the level, does not have that passive, that egg being down. So if they're going to get aggressive,
Yeah.
now is the time to punish before that passive does come up here. Still has around 2 minutes on it as well, but now in Nivea with that ult, being able to clear the waves, add a safe reach here. A nice wombo combo coming out
Yeah,
there.
a lot of damage onto the Ari there. That could swing the upcoming Grub fight in favor of the Gremlins. Both supports have roamed up here. Kaz going to go in with the bandage toss. Vidyarthi a little bit alone at the moment, but the Rel can just crash down. It's a solo kill. Wait, what? What? Okay, YOLO Swag finds a solo kill in mid, and now Kaz not going to be able to get away. So a double kill over to YOLO Swag's Anivia. 4-0 now on the board, and the Gremlins going to get the Grubs to boot.
Yeah, not what you want to have happen here. Anivia already that late game champion, grabbing 2-0 and 1, picking up 2 kills there, and a great solo kill on the Ari, and that for OTF does not spell anything good. So,
Yeah. Anivia, not usually a champion you expect to be getting solo kills in the lane phase, but here we are. Meanwhile, Lordy Soma looking for another one himself. Beautiful buffer there from Spoobert, but the Lord underneath the turret he goes. He cuts off the Urgot's head. The turret shot, though, will get the kill back. A 1-for-1 in the top lane.
yeah, Darius not having TP as well, bringing the Ghost and the Flash here just to catch up. Rel, though, towards spots I'm looking at. May.
Dodges away from the Shattering Strike. The Seer is going to connect there, gets the stun and the passive proc on the Sivir. A lot of damage onto May, but they don't quite manage to get the kill. And critically, May holding on to both of those summoners as well.
A Blaze hitting here, but we'll see if she ends up staying with that Seraphine. Gonna have a lot of sustained help there and just gonna clear the wave. Maybe he's gonna back after this too. Ari roamed down, so a little XP loss here. Nivea gonna stay ahead and really in that mid lane. I don't know if OTF wants to get caught
Kaz
out
is
here,
still just
trying to
level 5
rotate.
here. Viego's on the way. Pine is almost here. Vidyarthi is getting burned down, but Pine, level 6, Heartbreaker in, takes down the Amumu. They do manage to trade it back at least. XG takes down the Rel. 1-for-1. This looks really dangerous. Dark flashing forward. Can't quite get the stun. It's Pine forward. Has to Heartbreaker away. Can't continue chasing underneath the turret. I feel like that potentially could have gone much worse for XG. They're probably happy with the 1-for-1 there. It's Lordy Soma looking for it once again. Doesn't have the ultimate available this time. Both ultimates on cooldown actually for these top laners. Lordy Soma might not need it. One more auto attack. Oh, can't quite get there underneath the turret. So close again for the Lord.
Yeah, one more auto attack would have applied enough stacks and enough damage.
Fear Beyond
But
Death is available now.
OTF going up there.
Just getting the wave pushed out.
Darius on the other side. Good job with that ward, just in case Ari had something in mind there to hit a charm, walk towards an Urgot follow-up. So these trades top lane, though, not going quite in Urgot's favor, and has to be careful here from here on out, as bot lane 2 is not looking in the best position. May losing a lot of mana here throughout these trades, trying to clear the way, but Brand doing a good job of pushing back here. Rel just about to hit level 6 here at any moment. We'll see if
nice counter jungling as well. Look at this movement from the mid jungle of the Gremlins. They're going to catch Kaz here. He had no idea. Tries to go for the ultimate, buys a little bit of time, flashes away, gets back underneath the turret. Kaz barely surviving. And now OTF has to be a little bit careful. Not going to get stunned up by the Spectral Maw. Quick thinking from the Amumu to not go down there, but I'm loving the mid-jungle synergy for the Gremlins. They're clearly on form, and just the Flash Frost there is going to force out the Spirit Rush for OTF. Dark in the bot lane in a 1v2 situation at the moment. The Encore does connect onto the Brand, and May should be able to get her first kill. Oh, the Brand passive actually. Oh, that was actually so close. May will survive, will get the kill. Her second of the game, actually.
Yeah, 2-0, 30 stacks left on that call. And as soon as that is completed, fully online. Good job of roaming, but unfortunately Brand stepping up a little too far, not being able, to get out of there, and kind of feeds May those kills. Now with that Essence Reaver, that's going to help a lot in lane for that sustain, for the mana, and for her pushing those waves, maybe allowing McFeeds to roam a little bit. I know usually you don't see it
Here
here
comes
on the
Kaz.
Enchanters, but towards the top side,
Banish Shot's going to connect onto the Darius, but Lordy Soma's pretty close to his turret. Oh, that apprehend could have been the demise of Kaz. But the Lord, unfortunately, not able to connect it. Payne also waiting in the wings here. Viego waiting to see if XG is going to overstep. Viego moving forward, connects the stun. Flip back, though, from Spoobert is good. This is why Viego doesn't want to go in first. I feel Fear Beyond Death is connected as well. BNA is going down so low, but Kaz not quite able to be the difference maker, and now the execution comes through. Oh, no, Spoobert and Kaz going to get taken down in the 2v2. Gremlins making it happen. The top side being the carries they need them to be. Charm connecting for OTF as Ari tries to get away from this one. No Spirit Rush available. Another Q has to be flashed as the mid laner as well. YOLO Swag having a great performance on the Anivia. The entire top side for the Gremlins. They want to take this game to victory. You can feel it.
yeah, they are hungry for the victory, and they are taking everything that they can. Amumu 0-4
Oh,
right
another
now.
Q connecting, and this Ari is just dead. Oh,
Spirit
actually has a
Rush.
Spirit Rush back up. Cooldown flash of the Oh my goodness! OTF just burned everything and still died.
That's the Anivia slows for you, the passive, just being able to do so much damage here. Top side, meanwhile, Lord looking
Oh
for
dear,
more kills.
Spoobert, I think, is going to be saying hello to Boris again in the immediate future. Does connect the Fear Beyond Death. Lordy Soma flashes away just to make sure that he doesn't get taken down below that health threshold. So at least Spoobert got the flash off the Darius, but a consolation prize at best. May is going to have to burn the flash to get back underneath the turret. Magnastorm connects, though, and the Brand full combo comes through. Vidyarthi is going to be the one taking the last hit. I guess it was the Ignite there from the Rel that got that last tick of damage onto May, but a great kill for the Gremlins down there in the bot lane as well. Lordy Soma's just feasting on these turret plates, and they've opened up a massive lead. The Gremlins are 5k gold ahead at 12.5 minutes. This is a monstrous lead for the Gremlins.
Yeah, especially this early. This is not something that you want to see. Darius sitting on 2,800 now on that back is going to be a gigantic, huge pain. And the you-know-what here going forward now. We'll see what he ends up picking up. It's going to be the Stride Breaker too. So even more times of not getting away once he starts to pull you in. Plated Caps already picked up as well. Dragon going down now. Gonna even this up 1-1, and we'll see what kind of Soul Drake that we will get.
M-Tech again. It's okay. We're just being primed for the better souls later on in the series, I think is what's happening.
And something towards the bot side here might get primed as well. McFeed's going to be caught under tower here.
Nice transition there, Gitano, as Spectral Maw doesn't quite enough range to connect onto May. Sivir still holding on to the Ghost and the ultimate, and the wave taking a while to come in here. Teleport going to come down now from OTF. Sari arrives to defend the play, and that is going to be the call for the Gremlins to back away as Spirit Rush over the wall. Charm connecting onto the Viego. Beautiful encore as well. YOLO Swag potentially in trouble, but the stun connects from Dark. The full combo comes through from the Brand once again onto McFeeds, and that is going to be the kill going over to YOLO Swags. Anivia 4-0 now on the bird. Meanwhile, top side of the river here is Lordy Soma trying to look for a play on to Spoobert here. Magnastorm coming out from Vidyarthi. Full Noxian Guillotine stacks stacked up for Lordy Soma. Gets the hemorrhage stacks, pulls out the axe. They take down the top jungle of XG once again. 14-3 now on the scoreboard, and it's feeling like this one is just about done and dusted. I mean, just look at this gold lead. This is going to be... They already have all 6 scrubs. They're going to get the Rift Herald as well.
It's not looking great right now. I think a lot of this just has to pertain to them giving up the objectives, and kind of like what happened towards the later part in game 1 of leaving well enough alone. You know that they're there. You know you just took a bad fight. You're down people. Just let them have it. Go back to your T2. Start farming up. give yourself a chance to come back here in the later part of this game. But right now, they are just going in every time they see someone in these fights, and it's not working out. This Anivia, fantastic job. And I want to mention the play towards the bot side. Anivia really stepped up, even though Ari had the Spirit Rush, to make sure she tanks everything, because she still has passive, and you can't blow enough, on that, because that backline right behind them is going to come in and kind of sweep it out. So a great heads up play here by Yellow Swag.
Absolutely. Good looks there. Couldn't quite trap OTF, but is going to force out the Spirit Rush once again.
Yeah, this Anivia just doing tons of work. Already picking up the Roa very early. We're 15 minutes in, just about half stacked. Tear of the Goddess already just about fully stacked. Even grabbing the Dark Seal. That's how well this is going here. And once the Archangels is complete, there's not much you can do against this Anivia. Yellow Sway kind of having a May game towards the other side of what game one was, as there's great positioning, there's great aggro, you're doing your solo lane very well and making these roam plays here as they look towards Ari. No Spirit Rush available, and I think OTF has been
no turret either. Yeah, almost has the flashback up off cooldown, but it's not going to come back in time. Pine unstoppable. Number 5 now for the Viego. And the Gremlins are just running the Rift. They own Summoner's Rift right now. This is all theirs. Everything belongs to the Gremlins.
They own the entire sandlot of it. Just there's nowhere for any of them to hide, as they are not afraid of towers. They are pushing their advantage and doing a great job of just having the stranglehold on them. So a very clean game 2. Gonna pick up Shelly here. Great driver's ed training straight down the middle. No need to take a U-turn or a sharp left or flip a Yui here. Just get us to the destination. Not a second crash, though, into
not getting greedy either. I honestly like that decision to not go for the second charge. The Herald is already pretty low HP. You know that the members of XG are in the area. You don't want to be throwing away this lead by going for something a little bit more than you can take, biting off more than you can chew, as they say. Thinking about a dive towards this bot lane once again. But again, a lot of members of XG are in the area. This could be a bit risky. The gold lead is ridiculously huge. The beat drop does get the root onto 2, and now the CC comes out. They shut down the Viego. Yellow Swag flashes away. The teleport in for Spoobird as well. It's a beautiful wall from the Anivia. Now it's only Kaz who's able to get onto the other side of it, but they do manage to scramble the egg in the end. The Amumu gets taken down, but his sacrifice will not be in vain, as it's a huge fight for XG. The Boomerang connects from long range. They picks up another kill, and OTF gets in there with the charm to make it a 4-for-1 team fight. It's a huge play for the side of XG.
I don't think you yelled loud enough about not overstaying or, taking more than what they should have there. And you just mentioned it. They end up doing, and I think it was deja vu. We had the same people in the same position in that tri-bush towards the blue side on the bot, and they made the same play. The Nivea wall was great, but it was just way too late at that point. You blew up the support. Unfortunately, not so dark. Trying to run away and salvage something out of the fight, but was not able to have that happen here. So Anivia completing the Archangel staff here as well. Will get the fully completed Roa hopefully here in the next upcoming minutes. Dragon are going to be taken. That is number 2 here for the Gremlins.
Yeah. And simultaneously, while they were losing that team fight on the bottom side, of course, production did give us a quick look at it. Lordy Soma was able to take that tier 2 turret in the top lane, so there was still a cross map happening for the Gremlins, and they are still up about 7,000 gold, which is obviously a huge lead. Dark, though, could potentially be in some trouble. Does clear out the minion wave, though, so this would have to be a rod. Oh, he's just going to walk into the bush, and he's going to flash. That's unfortunate. May is really in trouble over here. May is also a little bit out of position and is going to get taken down. So 1-for-1.
That's a good way of production giving us good little tidbits and
the
feeds
real
here.
Acronyms.
Yes, what they really stand for. But yeah, Brand, unfortunately, trying to farm Arnie the tower, thinking he's safe. Did miss the charm, with the Ari, and a lot of summoners miss, but at the end of the day, blowing the flash for it.
Oh, man, Lordy Soma is ghosting. We are ghosting, and Spoobert is definitely dying. Goodbye,
He's
Spoobert.
not going anywhere.
Sweet Prince.
I was kind of hoping the dunk at the end to really
Didn't need it.
seal the deal, but it's fine.
Yeah, it would have been for our benefit, but no, he didn't need it. As okay, this is an interesting position. We're gonna blast going over the wall. They still don't know
Stay
YOLO
there.
Swag is here.
Stay
The
there,
flanking
YOLO.
Anivia, the unseen Anivia, is the most dangerous apparently. Kaz is gonna get the curse of the sad moment on 2. The encore hits 3, but the follow up isn't quite there. It's only Kaz in the thick of things, and the Mumu is gonna get cut down. Bean is going to flash over the wall, connects the bandage toss, Heartbreaker into the entire enemy team. Gets that onto all 3, but again, oh, it's going to be Lordy Soma. He gets in there, flashes for the apprehend, connects it onto 2. The charm from the stolen Ari is going to make it a 3-for-1 fight in favor of the Gremlins. They're able to win out once again. It looked a little bit messy for a second there, but I guess all is well that ends well. They've extended their gold lead now to 9,000. And Baron is alive.
I think Turret was the MVP there, taking down the Rel and almost the Brand on top
Yeah,
of that
true.
too. But a Baron call now at the back end of it. Health bars are a little low, so not quite sure
but look
how.
at XG. They're nowhere near. They even see Urgot towards the bot lane. I'm not sure if they know that he has no TP or not, but they can definitely see that he's not responding to this. And that's just going to be a good old-fashioned T1 Baron for the Gremlins at 21 minutes. Love to see it.
Yeah. Up around that 10K mark here. Big buys as well. You know, we see completed Triforce. We have Sterix Gauges coming out. You know, Black Torch already for the Brand. Almost finishing up the Leandries as well. So burn on top of burn and burn, baby burn. We're going to see that happen here shortly. Let's see if they end up opting into the 4-1 and where they drag everyone. Darius obviously going to be that split monster here. 5-1 and 5. Dead Man's
he's
play 2.
huge.
So as soon as he finds you, you better hope and pray you have some backup. Otherwise, that'll be all she wrote here. Rel getting a little aggressive here. Kind of
bit.
caught out, but
Well, we have a Blast
takes the
Cone.
blast time.
Has
That's
a
what
Mega
they're there
Cone,
for.
yeah. Yeah. It's the Disengage Cone, as coined by
hello.
Mr. Brendan Valdez. As Charm is going to connect over the wall onto YOLO Swag. Not much more going to happen. OTF 2 levels down in that mid lane matchup. Just doesn't quite have the oomph behind those Ari combos.
Yeah, that wave clear too by Anivia, and the siege is going to be, you know, amazing here. You have the wall of the Anivia able to kind of shove them into this nice little pinch corner, and then if anyone steps up, you have the Brand to kind of just start burning them down, as it were. They opt into Viego going towards the bot side. This is a 1-3-1 here that they're going to have to play.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious for the Gremlins, but I do think they have a composition for it, as this is why it's ambitious. Lordy Soma is getting collapsed on the Encore, is going to miss, and also is the Fear Beyond Death going to miss, and now Lordy Soma is thinking about trying to turn it around on him. Gets that Hemmer's taxi, brings down the X onto McPheeds. It's not quite enough, though. The Seraphine, is she going to burn down? She will fall. So a 1-for-1. Lordy Soma makes it happen in the 1v4, and now we have OTF a little bit singled out at the moment, but they already is able to get away with her mobility. Spirit rushes away from that one. Spirit retreat, if you will.
Actually, doing a good job there, catching out the Darius. You trade your support, but you also maybe just lose one tower. You didn't break, you know, the tower in him. Mid didn't fall, so a little bit of a good Baron defense if that's kind of, you know, the trade there. One tower for one person, you'll take it.
I think so. But now this is going to be Soul Point secured for the side of Conduit Gremlins. Chemtech Soul Point, but still, they're going to feel really great about that situation.
Yeah, they couldn't really contest that. Not anyone on the map, no vision of what's going on. You don't want to have that fight turn on its head, and then all of a sudden they're marching down here for the end. That timer's got to be around that 30-second mark here, which is definitely enough, especially with that Baron buff on them here. I'm not sure. It looks like it did fall already off of them, so no more buffer for them. But this Darius, you know, dying. I'm wondering about this last item here. Do you think he's going to go GA with that sigil?
Could be. Could be. It could also be Death's Dance, I think, is the
Yes.
other option that's coming to mind for me. But honestly, wouldn't mind the GA. I mean, we're getting to that point in the game where, you know, that could potentially have a lot of value.
Yeah, early GAs. I've once faced a team that got it the second item, and it literally just wreaked havoc because as soon as the team
That's
fight
second item is
ended,
crazy.
they just popped right back up, and it just was a good value because they used it multiple times with people
I guess.
having that passive. So it was interesting.
Okay,
But
Banthos
Darius
gonna connect
here,
onto the level 16 Darius, and they're just gonna CC him. Looks like 100-0 as the last little bit of damage comes through. 5v4 on the map now for XG. Thinking about trying to push forward, but they don't want to press their luck. Chasing into a Nivea brand seems like maybe not the greatest of ideas, so they are going to call that one off.
yeah, great pick there, and that CC really did a
Oh.
mass amount of damage. Good wall here, blowing the flash here by McFeeds. You know, I think they can post this defense here pretty well. They do have a good wave clear with the Ari. Seraphine be able to help out on that too. Sever, great wave clear in her own right. So I think they're going to be able to play this defense very well. They just need to be able to communicate and really pick the time and moment to go in here. Meanwhile, towards the top side, Spooper going to grab that tower and some much needed money in their pockets.
Yeah, you know, it's the side of XG kind of getting anything that they can, right? For the side of the Gremlins, I do feel like this game has stalled out a bit, right? I mean, they had such an insane lead so early on in this game. For the last, 8-10 minutes or so, it feels like there have been a lot of moments where XG have kind of been able to hold the line or, like, find these cross-map trades or, like, get these punishes on exits. Obviously the Gremlins are still massively far ahead, but I feel like it could have been cleaner for them with that lead is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, there was definitely some moments where, a little bit of catch-outs, a little misplay, communication happening here and there. Nothing, too detrimental for them as they did pick up Baron. They have Soul Point here.
Yeah, they're doing
up,
fine,
so
yeah.
It's just, like you just said, could be a little cleaner, and I think they, are baiting the Darius out once again. They've seen it so many times where Darius is alone.
Phase Rush Urgot is so silly. He's going to find the flip onto Lordy Soma. The CC comes through again, but that's going to be the flash away for Spoobert. Those Darius passive stacks were getting stacked up once again. Spoobert knows how that story ends. Just going to have to flash away before he gets his head cut off. Flash going into the river. It looks like another Baron start immediately on spawn for the Gremlins. They know that they are so much stronger. They are not afraid to start this one up. And it looks like it's not going to be contested. I mean, XG are not even moving over here at all. They're just going to get a little bit of a push in mid. I don't know if they're even going to get this turret. The Gremlins are moving over to collapse. And yeah, the tier 1 in mid is still going to stand. Still a minute away. They can't even trade for the dragon or anything. So just a free Baron for the Gremlins.
Yeah, Gremlins right now have the inside track. And they're just going to keep continually pushing that because you
huge
have
fanatic brush attempt for XG, but there's no reason for the Gremlins to walk over there right now. They're just going to push the mid lane.
Yeah, I like the Death Bush strat, but unfortunately, there's no time for that as you have Baron, you have the inside track, crash down mid, make them react to you. This Anivia is going to be able to push and kind of keep everyone outside while this cannon minion does its work. Meanwhile, towards the midside, Viego, a little bit of a split push here, still pushing in mid.
Likely just going to be one fight left for XG from this position. Baron on for 2 full minutes still. Potentially a lot of work could be done by the Gremlins with the siege. They don't have the greatest siege comp. They don't have a lot of range to hit these turrets, but they're trying to poke out. They're trying to utilize these cannon minions, but not able to defend that one. Spoober able to walk up and clear it out. Not a lot of value from the Baron just yet for the Gremlins. The base still intact. Big Wave crashed onto the bot inhibitor turret right now, but there's nobody there from either team.
Yeah, nothing quite yet, but the minions are...
Uber, you're going to find the flip onto Lordy Soma.
Oh.
Darius flashes away to try to stay alive. Kaz thinking about moving in here. Sterix popped for the Lord. Spoober down to about 50%. McFeeds walled, cut off over the wall once again, pulled in by the Darius, cut down by the Darius. With the flip underneath the turret, Lordy Soma gets off another ultimate stack. Mei is going to burn down to the Darius passive. There's nothing she can do. It's actually Brand who picks up the last hit, and meanwhile, mid lane has already been broken for the Gremlins. It's 2v2 in the fight, but critically, it's Mei who fell down on the side of XG. For the Gremlins, they did lose their Lord, but still feeling strong enough to take down this tier 3 in the top side. Soul's alive.
All I can think about is, I am Lord, yeah.
Wait, what Lord Ayaya?
I am Lord, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
an
yeah, that's a South Park reference. Yeah,
Yes,
nice one.
all I can think about here. You look at these stats line 717, 716, 74. There's a big lead for them, but I also feel like it's kind of like
Swagster.
pulling teeth at this point
I
here.
think it has stride broken. I didn't know birds had strides, but clearly it looks pretty broken as the Anivia, gonna get pulled in. And it's gonna be the egg scramble situation coming through as well. Not sure what the Anivia was doing so far up in the lane there. I mean, I guess just drawing members away to ensure the free dragon, but I don't know if it was entirely necessary for the bird to die. All good, though.
When people ask what is the word, bird is the word. Unfortunately, the bird
is.
also saw death and a gray screen. So a very quick back for the Anivia. Going to pick up the Zhang, who's hopefully going to help a little bit in that area for staying alive here. Red buff going to be taken up by Kaz. We'll see what they opt in doing. There's no objective on the board here for 2.5 minutes, and that would be the Baron. We saw 2 already taken here by the side of Gremlins, which they are slowly taking the objective. They're looking for these picks, and a good job by the Anivia. Kind of leading up to those prelude moments where they do end up grabbing a pick of someone. McFeet's unfortunately being the recipient of a lot of the Anivia poke, and kind of unfortunately dying here quite often. Not so dark as well towards the side. Going to keep on pushing here. Has a lot of burn. You got the Leandri's Torment, you got the Black Torch, and the Rhyalized Crystal Scepter now. So not a lot of opportunity to get away once they take you. This fire ice combo really kind of melting through everything, unfortunately, here. And with everyone going topside
All
for
right.
that Darius, that
Looking
leaves
for another
bot side.
odd numbers play for the side of XG, but Lordy Soma, level 18, pretty fearsome on the Darius. Teleport going to come through from YOLO Swag to defend. Oh, from Dark, excuse me. I forgot Dark had teleport in this one as well. The Brand is going to arrive to reinforce. YOLO Swag is going to keep pushing in the bot lane. The last inhibitor turret that's still standing for XG looks like not for much longer.
The Anivia just going to be able to zone everyone off their Rel and Viego towards the backside just in case something does happen. Not going to be able to take the inhib. Baron up in 1 minute. We'll see if they want to make this call to try to push to end, or if they're going to grab the Baron and be safe about it and then start marching it down mid lane. So, XG doing a good job of defending here. Between the Sivir and the Ahri, they have enough wave clear. Urgot as well being able to kind of shove the lanes back a little bit, but there's no wiggle room here. It's just one bad play will spell the death here. So May and OTF have to be able to play safe here and not get picked off by the Anivia.
Yeah. Feels like both sides. I feel like safe is the right word. They're trying to play so safely and not go for these over-aggressive plays. For the side of XG, they do have to be a little bit more desperate, right? They know they're in this terrible position in this game right now, so they have to go for some more low percentage plays, but even in those plays, it's like they're not overcommitting. They're sending a couple of members, only when they know that somebody is alone. And we saw as soon as that teleport came down from Dark, they immediately backed away. They're like, oh, okay, it's an even numbers fight. We're not taking those. We're going to back away from this one. And for the Gremlins as well, I already mentioned it earlier on. I felt like they had such a monstrous lead so early in this game. The fact that we're still in game number 2 is equal parts a testament to XG's ability to hold the line and play defense. And also, I think in some respects, it's a commentary on the Gremlins' sort of inability or unwillingness to really go for the throat,
Yeah, they're making, as you just said, the safe plays, and sometimes you need to throw a little caution to the wind, that risk and reward here. So this is the 3rd Baron in your hands. You have Dragon Soul. This has to be an ending point. If you're not able to do it here, it is a very monumental area, to exploit here with this amount of lead. You're up 14K. That is a large amount, but, we're getting almost to that point of the game where it's really the team fight that decides it rather than just being up one item here. So inhibitor being taken down, we'll see what ends up happening though.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree, right? I feel like if this game goes to Elder Dragon, that's already such a win for XG, right? Like, getting to that point should not have been allowed, given the deficit that they're facing. There's going to be 3 inhibitors down now. Or actually, the mid lane inhibitor has respawned, so only 2 inhibitors down right now for the side of XG. Looking like this 3rd inhibitor is the target at the moment as the Gremlins all group up towards mid. Could be the last team fight.
Oh,
and charm
good
over the wall.
charm.
They pot out Dark. They had vision on the brand, and they take him down. And now Kaz flashes, gets the curse to set on me on a 3. Oh, look at the engage from Vidyarthi, and the Viego gets his first reset. The Amumu trying to get in there. Pina potentially going a little bit too far. In comes Lordy Soma, though. They take down the Urgot. It's a 3 for 2. It's actually the side of XG that are winning out so far in the team fight, but YOLO Swag is trying to get the damage out. Looks like the side of the Gremlins, they're going to back away. They're not going to look to end right here. A man down. It's the side of XG valiantly defending, fighting so hard from behind.
Dragging up in 30 seconds here. People are not going to be up for this. And this could where the game could be tilted or put, what do you call it? Turned on its head here. What a flash Magnastorm here by the Rel. The engage and just the wombo combos. Insane here. Ari trying to do a good job. Almost going to hit level 18 here. Hopefully shortly. Cleaning up these waves, giving them a little bit of opportunity. Possibly to go for this dragon here. But Urgot still down. Having the TP to join. Viego not quite going to be up in time. Hopefully can hit some blast plants to get there soon. But no one's officially started yet. So a good sign. Possibly by XG that they do have time to kind of push up and join this fight possibly.
I mean, it's tough. They've got to worry about double supers in each lane, and those inhibitors are going to be down for a while. So, yeah, XG can fight for this, but time is their enemy. They've got to go fast. They need to look for something pretty much right now. I can already see those super minions in the top lane. Vidyarthi is actually going to be the one to start things off. Cass does get in there, finds a 3-man ultimate, but there can be no follow-up. Vidyarthi was doing a great job distracting the rest of the team, and now Pina gets in there with the Heartbreaker, looking for the reset on the McFeeds. Can't quite find it just yet. The Viego is going to get cut down. That's a double kill over to Mei. And now it's just Lordy Soma and YOLO Swag. May's still alive. It's 4 members alive for XG, but the super minions are on the Nexus Torch. They're running out of time. Lordy Soma does get charmed. He gets pulled back in. The Dire's gonna get cut down. Urgot teleports back into the base to defend. Spoobert trying to keep these Nexus turrets alive. Looks like the first one at least will go out. Look at all of those super minions pummeling away the Nexus turrets. The Urgot can't defend. There's too many supers. And now is it going to be a FlyQuest situation? The minions trying to win the game. Meanwhile, it's only YOLO Swag left in the mid lane. Is going to be able to take down McFeeds in the 1v2. May's forced to retreat. An absolutely insane fight. 2 great engages from Kaz and Vidyarthi.
What a back and forth there. The good catch out smelling out. There was, you know, that Death Bush camp and a great team fight, only allowing Anivia to be up. But YOLO Swag is so far ahead, able to defend 1v3 efficiently, allowing his team to respawn here. And like you just stated, the minions are now just such a crucial piece of this. It's like when the pawn gets to the other side of the chessboard and you were just hoping and praying you do not become the queen. TP though from Anivia.
Teleport for YOLO Swag. They're going to see Mei in the base. I don't think XG have any chance in the fight without Mei there. Mei should be able to hold against Anivia. They've got Urgot back to defend as well. It could come down to a steal attempt for Kaz, but they see Amumu as well. Amumu trying to clear out some minions in the mid wave. Elder down to about 50%. Darius behind the pit as well. Lordy Soma should be able to defend. YOLO Swag in the base, looking to end the game alone. The Anivia's not going to be able to do so. The main Elder Dragon goes down, and Mei gets slain by the Elder Laser. Spoobert is going to be able to take down the Anivia, but I think this should be it for the Gremlins. It took them way longer than I think it should have. It did come down to an Elder Dragon, but in the end, they will take the second Nexus. They will bring us to a 1-1 scoreline, and they will take the 3rd game off XG all season.
What a game. Almost 40 minutes, just 1 minute short of it here. You know, XG dropping the game, but has to feel good about the comeback that did happen. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, you know, I'm hoping this gives a little bit of boost here for the Gremlins being able to kind of pick up that mid game when they did have the lead, because you mentioned this multiple times that they had such this monstrous lead, but they really didn't go anywhere with it. 3 Barons and barely able to end. Has to take the Elder too to really kind of push them over the edge. It's got to speak volume and maybe a few minor adjustments. But that early game that they played was so critical. YOLO Slag and, Viego doing a great job. Meanwhile, Lord of the top lane just dominating this Urgot and really wreaking havoc. But they need to be able to transition those leads into that mid game.
Yeah, I think we were able to see in that early game sort of the strengths of this Gremlins roster and what allowed them to get to this point, right, where they're in the quarterfinals against the Titans that are XG. They really were able to snowball that early game so effectively, and we saw some great plays from Lordy, Pine, and YOLO Swag. We're all popping off on their picks in this one. But yeah, like we've already said multiple times, they should have been able to close that game out way sooner. It should have been way cleaner with the gold lead and the map advantages that they had. So that is really concerning for me. Looking forward towards the rest of this series, I feel like if you're not able to cleanly win a game with that huge of an early lead, I mean, what is it going to look like in an even game state if you're a little bit behind? What do those situations look like?
We saw, XG come out swinging here towards the end, and great team fights, and we saw that kind of in the game one. It was a repeat of we can have these great fights, and unfortunately it was just too much of a lead here for Gremlins. But I think they still can take the momentum here into game three, and kind of push that forward. And I predicted the 1-1, so
you did.
Maybe it's coming to fruition here, but I think it's going to be pulling away.
You did also predict the XG draft for the second game. So initially, you did predict the 1-1.
It was a blue Fruity Tootie that I had, so that's
you were swayed by the Fruity Tootie.
Yeah, I was influenced by candy.
I see.
I can't
so
be
really, it's the Fruity Tootie that's bad at making predictions and not you.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Thanks for clearing that up for us, Gitano. I really appreciate that. Well, let's get your game 2 POG, Gitano. Who are you thinking for the POG in this one for the side of the Gremlins?
YOLO Swag or Lord, but I think YOLO Swag had the more consistent game throughout the entirety of it. So I'm gonna have to give it to the Anivia with the YOLO Swag.
So where was that again? Production? You remind me? Is it in my DMs? Here it is. I found it. Okay. So, there were some really interesting drafts in that game, too. I definitely think it was really cool seeing those kind of pocket picks. Not really pocket picks, but definitely like signature champions come out for the Gremlins. It does kind of make me wonder, Gitano, if maybe they used Pro Comps. It's our sponsor, of course, here in BOL. They are a game-changing app for the league community. It's not just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach. It's perfect for teams and solo players. You can pair it with any other app that you use. With Pro Comps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks, like, for example, Anivia or Darius, if you're really good at those champions. And it'll give you ban recommendations as well. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share them with your friends. It contains a post-draft guide. You can generate comps based on your preferences. It gives you access to coaches and analysis to create tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users just like you. It's user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go, see if it'll be useful for you. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. We're going to go to a short break, guys. When we come back, Champion Select, featuring Procomps for game number 3.
それがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げて信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残して
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3. Champions select XG as the losers of Game 2 have decided to move on over to red side. Very, very interesting. Katano XG, of course, had the initial side selection for game number 1. They went with blue. But now, with the knowledge that the Gremlins prefer to be on red side, XG feel the need to take that away from them.
To switch up, it's never bad to kind of call them out on it and see what you can do towards the opposite side here. Grabbing that counter pick sometimes can make all the difference. I'm interested to see if they keep on going to this double AP for the bot lane. I know they're kind of quote unquote maybe possibly running out of the picks. I'm not sure how deep the champ pool is for that, or if they're going to be switching here for the traditional AD carry. So game 2 we saw a giant lead, and maybe it's squandered a little bit or not used as efficiently as it should be here. What adjustments do you think they need to make here in this game 3?
I mean, it's a tough one, right? Dark has really been playing a lot of those mages all season. It's just his more comfortable play style. I hear you. I mean, I think maybe that the lack of a traditional AD carry may have even contributed to the fact that the Gremlins weren't able to accelerate that game maybe quite as much as they possibly should have or wanted to. So we'll see. I was taking a look at the bans. I don't really know, honestly, what I would like to see from these teams. I mean, I feel like Gremlins were able to utilize a lot of really strong picks for their players in the previous game, right? They felt like they kind of pulled out a lot of stops to make sure that they could get that game 2 victory. So yeah, I honestly don't really know. I mean, I think honestly, taking into consideration the fact that that game stalled out so much for the Gremlins, I think they should just pick scaling, right? If you're going to get these huge early leads and still take so long to close out the game, then we kind of have to consider like how important is actually getting that early lead in the first place to sort of establish yourself in the game, as opposed to like just picking scaling and going late and like trying to win later on. There's maybe some discussion to be had there, but I would maybe like to see the Gremlins go for that sort of angle. They're going to lock in the Corki here on B1. He's not the scaling monster that he used to be, but certainly can, index more in that direction and is more of a traditional AD carry, right? Like, I think we both kind of wanted to see for this Gremlins team.
Yeah, and Corki's been banned here, I believe, throughout the games in 1 and 2, correct?
You are correct. Yes, the Gremlins
So-
banned him both games on red side.
So yeah, that could be something that they allow through. And Jinx, looking here for the answer on R1, a nice hyper carry towards that late game, so a little bit of insurance in their pocket here if it does go the distance again. So the first, playoff game of theirs going to that 40-minute mark.
Yeah, May did have a fantastic Jinx game last week in their series against Mint. I believe May was like 12-1 and something in that game on the Jinx. So definitely no stranger to this champion, and we definitely love seeing May on a hyper carry. Right, she is it feels like kind of the heart of this team. Really does so much of the heavy lifting in those team fights, and they've picked up the Scion as well to give that Jinx a nice beefy front line.
Yeah, I'm liking the Scion, just really super scaling. Get to that point where you have, just monstrous amount of health, grab the Heartsteel, and you're basically one-shotting people as the tank. So I'm loving to see that. And an Aatrox pick here too. So a lot of rumbling here in that top lane, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, Aatrox is, of course, a great pick into the Scion, right? Scion can be pretty telegraphed. It can be very easy for Aatrox to land the sweet spots, particularly while Scion is charging up the Decimating Smash, right? It's very easy for Aatrox to get in there and disrupt that. They're going to go for the Jarvan as well. So this is a pick that gives me pause, as you know, Gitano, as, we've discussed many times over the course of this season. But it definitely is something that I think should be aligned with the Gremlins' strengths, right? Being able to play strong towards that top side and look for early picks with the J4, early angles, could work out really well for them.
Always talk about that early game J4 being able to make an advantage play and make sure that you are making the plays early. And I think we've only been treated once or twice to really that, happening for people. So we'll see if that is something here. Nautilus also being picked up a great chain CC. I'm seeing a lot here, from XG, with the Jinx Scion and Nautilus. There's just so much. You got the traps, you got the Scion knockup, you got the Dredge line coming out. So I'm wondering if they're going to keep drafting, amounts of chain CC and just hoping to keep this Jinx alive in this instance. The J4 being able to dive to the backside. Jinx, unfortunately, either you have flash or you don't. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck in that Cataclysm.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, interesting for the Gremlins, dropping their bot lane down to the 4-5 once again here. So XG is going to try to ban out a couple of these options. Looks like they're going to be targeting the Yarthy's pool a bit, going with the Taric ban once again. And then for the Gremlins, it's going to be looking towards that mid lane. The Talia is going to get banned away. I think that's something else that OTF did bring out last week.
Brianna ban as well. That could be dangerous. That's a wombo combo with the J4. A great ball delivery system here.
For sure.
Even Aatrox, or depending on the support, can also be fitting that role as well. So we'll see what they end up routing this comp in.
Indicates that XG are kind of considering the Corki flex possibility, right? They think this Corki might actually be going into the hands of Dark if they're banning away Orianna.
Yeah, I was just going to touch maybe what about a MF pick with the J4? You Cataclysm into 3 or 4 main eating escape, and then you hit the bullet time right on top of that, and that kind of seals the deal here. So more wombo combo with the Wukong being picked up in Galio band.
I am noticing right now, Gitano, that neither one of these teams have drafted any magic damage yet at all. Which could especially be concerning for the Gremlins, given the fact that they're playing into a Scion. So does kind of indicate to me that Dark is going to have to go for another one of these mages, most likely. What's still left, though? I mean, we've got a lot of stuff is off the table now. I mean, is Syndra still available? No, we played Syndra in game 1. Anivia's gone. Brand is gone. Seraphine is gone. Oh, Ziggs. Veigar is going to be the option. Ziggs is banned away. Yeah, so that wasn't going to be an option in this one. Veigar is going to be the play. Likely for Dark, although we could see the Corki and the Veigar get flexed around a bit, potentially.
This Bard getting hovered twice in a row. It's making me itch for it, but
time?
it's not going to have happen,
Not
unfortunately.
time.
Braum with the knocking door is going to be coming available here. And with that Veigar, that is just the amount of time before he becomes online and really starts grabbing those stacks, with the passive. So we'll see how long officially that will take for them. But there's a double cage in this instance between the J4 and the Veigar. So I'm a big fan of the Viger. That cage, you don't ever need to underestimate how large that can be and how you can get caught out, because it's a good, when it's up in its ranks, 2 second stun basically, which allows your team to really come forward with the Braum, with the follow up of the Aatrox too. So a lot of wombo combo coming out, from the Gremlins, and I'm liking it. But a Victor on the other side, that Death Ray laser can be the most annoying thing in the world to play against.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see what the Victor is going to be laning against in mid. Do you think, how much does it matter? Do you think the Victor has a significantly better matchup into either the Corki or the Veigar? Do you feel like it's pretty even either way in terms of that Victor matchup? What do you think about the Victor R5 just in
I
general?
think you would like to play it against the Corki rather than the Viger, just because if you do get hit by a cage, or you are stunned up for that amount of time, J4 comes in. That's kind of all she wrote. Corki, you just have to really worry about the poke, which you can match poke for poke quite often. And with these early scrimmages, we could see Victor, grab a few assists, update that Hex core, and really wreak some damage here with the Death Ray, because one eternal upgrade from that at that 100 stack mark really helps you just wave clear and get that continuous push, as well as that poke damage that significantly ups your presence in lane. So having said that, I don't think there's a bad matchup, but it's more of just making sure you're hitting your abilities when the optimal time is on this. But the amount of follow-up in CC for both teams, I think it's going to be a very scrappy game from start to finish.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be. It's really interesting. It feels like both of these teams have drafted really heavily for team fight. In this third game, I feel like these compositions mirror each other in a lot of ways, right? You have some strong AP scaling in the Veigar and the Victor. You've got, a strong scaling carry in the Corki and the Jinx that both can get out good damage from long range. You've got some really great frontline on both sides. You've got Engage on both sides. I feel like these are both some very balanced drafts. But I just feel like that the fact that they are balanced drafts that are kind of have similar win conditions, that in itself feels favorable to XG. You know what I mean? Because they're the more consistent team fighting team. The Gremlins have had good team fighting moments, though, in the past couple of games. So, I don't want to count them out here. I think there's absolutely a world where they execute better in the team fights and, have the infinitely stacking Veigar and actually end up running away with this one down the stretch. But I feel like it's going to come down to the carries, right? And I just feel like XG's carries are a little bit more threatening, are a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, they're a little bit more towards that end game feel, which, if it's anything like last game, it's going to go that way as well. But as we saw the scrapping power of Gremlins, once they took fights and really got ahead, there was no
Yeah,
stopping them as they just continually
yeah.
humbled onto you. And this team is good at it. You have the Braum passive, that's going to really be knocking the doors open, stunning you up, waiting for everything. You got the J4 to follow up, the Viger cage on top of it, Corki, sending in the Valkyrie on top. There's just a lot of follow up and a lot of scrap. So, who knows? This game's a lot more balanced, as you just stated. These team comps are looking really nice.
Yeah. What do we think about the jungle matchup here? I feel like that's the only matchup we haven't really discussed too much yet. Jarvan versus Wukong. Jarvan, we discussed a little bit in isolation earlier as kind of being this tool that can be really powerful in the early game, and then he's going to offer them some engage later on, right? Especially on carries like the Jinx and Victor, 2 carries without dashes in the kit, right? There's potentially a ton of value there that the J4 can get, looking for those angles with the ultimate. But Wukong can scrap early as well. Obviously, his big spike is at level 6 when he gets access to the ultimate. But in the 1v1, if Wukong actually paths intelligently and Kaz is able to find Pine at a moment when the Jarvan is not ready for him, the Wukong can win out early as well. So what are you expecting from these junglers? Where do you think they're going to be pathing early? How do you think that's going to shake out in the early game?
I think maybe bot lane's going to be the primary on this one. I'm expecting both of them to start respectively towards the side, work their way down. As you just stated, the J4 is going to have that advantage early, but I think Wukong's really going to get the bang for the buck on this one here. Just being able with that double ult, can be crucial into these team fights here and supply a lot of time for a delay because, while there's a lot of, stuns up and roots and kind of going in for this Vigor team, if you do allow for those cooldowns, that breathing room, allowing yourself 5 seconds of that fight and then re-engaging back on top of it, that could work really well for them. So I think they're going to receive a lot of credit for this Wukong pick.
Trying to look up some stats right now. We do have a lot of games for the Lord. Aatrox was the most played for the Lord last split. 56 games with a 63% win rate. So good looks there. And as we already mentioned, it's a great pick into the Scion as well. So, we'll see. I mean, you say pathing towards the bot lane would make sense, and I don't disagree at all, but I mean, I think for the side of the Gremlins, you have to consider the option of trying to snowball this lane for the Lord as well. I mean, just think about last game and how oppressive he was on the Darius once he was able to get that lead. I wonder if that's going to be the angle for Pine instead. It looks like with the champions getting locked in the client here, Gitano, it does appear right now that we're going to have YOLO Swag playing the Veigar in mid, and Dark is going to be piloting that Corki towards the bottom side. I do think that the Corki is probably a better pairing alongside the Braum, and Veigar probably a little bit of a better matchup into the Victor, as you already highlighted.
Yeah, I'm liking that, Corki being able to be flex and just keeping yourself safe, and still kind of has that AP feel as you're looking for the level 6, you're poking. You're not that traditional waiting on the auto attacks feel for that. So we'll see what the build path is too for that. But the Aatrox Scion, I know you just touched about that, about it being an Aatrox favor, and maybe that's something that they're going to say, hey, we're just going to grab some vision, make sure you're safe, let you control that lane, and kind of get your own lead here. Not that he needs help by any means, but a little bit does go along the way too. So we'll see in the early game exactly where they're headed to. But I expect the Scion to just play safe, relax, let the Aatrox naturally push here with the abilities. But yeah, after that last game of Lord, I imagine he's riding the high and just looking for that aggressiveness here early on.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting to watch those potential fireworks up on the top side for sure. This is a really tough one though, my friends. We're gonna need a prediction from you once again. These teams did not make it easy for you with the sort of similar drafting styles for this third one. And I think there's a lot to be said for both sides, not only with the draft, but what we've seen from them so far tonight. Where's your head at? What is your heart telling you?
I feel like this is the Matrix, Do I want the red
The blue pill or the red pill?
or the blue pill? And I'm not sure which one I want to take, unfortunately, but I'm feeling a little bit more watermelon at the moment, so we're gonna go with red side here.
Letting the Fruity Tooties call the shots once again, huh?
Tooties, I mean, there's no chance if you're at a parade and they throw out, a delicious random bag of Fruity Tooties, that you're not, at least leaning over your chair trying to pick one up. If you happen to fall, everyone's gonna understand.
Well, we'll see if my co-caster is going to fall out of his chair or not, guys. Another short break, and then on to the Rift for game number 3. All right, everybody, welcome back once again as we return to the Rift for our third game in this best of 5. Teams all tied up 1-1. Game 1 was a pretty close battle. It all broke open around the 25-26 minute mark in the way of XG. Game 2 was a very one-sided early game in favor of the Gremlins, but ended up taking them a while to close it out. We'll see what Game 3 has in store for us.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to dance around here in that jungle side. Unfortunately, we've seen time and time again Kaz, just kind of poking his head in there, but this time he grabs the rest of the team and just says, "All right, let's just grab some for sure vision." And I do like the early ward, just so you know where people are starting at.
Yeah, both teams have strong scaling, but both teams also have those strong level 1 supports. And this is interesting.
Big swap.
Yeah, XG are busting out the lane swap, really trying to show us their macro prowess.
But why is Scion and Jinx at the same lane?
Yeah, normally you'd want
Not a
Scion to exist in the bottom lane, right? Maybe they're just gonna probably teleport him down there as the wave is crashing. Is my expectation.
Okay.
And they're just trying to hide the fact that Jinx is up here for as long as possible.
It's just interesting,
Okay.
but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx is one of those champions, and Scion as well, where, like, they're really good in these lane swap scenarios. Jinx obviously has a very weak early lane, and Scion is great playing on the weak side. So they drafted for this. I have to imagine that this was the plan all along, and now we just have to see how they're going to be able to execute it. So Nautilus leaning 2v1 right now in the mid lane with OTF. There comes the teleport from Spoobert to pick up this wave towards the bottom side.
Yeah,
and now the real question becomes,
Yep.
how much is Lordy Soma going to be able to weather the storm? As McPheeds is actually a little bit caught out right now in the jungle. Is going to be able to get away. Those blows are not going to be fully concussed. Normally, you would send the Nautilus into the top lane with the Jinx, right? So this is a little bit different. And Pine is sensing some weakness here for Mei. Knows that the Jinx is all alone. Has level 3 on the drive. And Mei, with the sidesteps, probably still going to have to burn the flash, though, to get underneath the turret. And there it is. Oh, but Pine taking a turret shot there. Could have been bad. Here comes McPheeds and Kaz. Now, the Tread line gets the Jarvan out of the combo. And that's going to be first blood for Mei.
Oh, my God. What a level play there. Jinx doing a good job baiting him in. Tower shot here taken by PNA, and unfortunately not able to flag and drag. And that hook, McPheeds just predicting it beautifully. Signed up the Jinx 1-0. Love to see it.
McPheeds coming in with the get over here. And PNA had no choice in the matter. So, yeah, I mean, like I was just saying, normally you would have Nautilus up there the whole time to make sure that, that early move from the jungler isn't as threatening, right? That the Jinx doesn't have to burn the flash like that. But it ended up working out pretty well for him. So I guess all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, I think they just kind of planned it. It was a happy accident to have it all come into play here. Drudgeline, though, being taken out here.
I don't think much is going to come of this one.
Oh. McPhee's just grabbing a little bit of time here for the Jinx to farm away.
Okay, so tracking top laner CS, Lordy Soma is a little bit behind Spoobert so far. It's really interesting to me that the side of the Gremlins don't seem to be trying to match the 2v2. They're just happy to leave Lordy Soma up here in the 1v2. And they're sending Dark down into the bottom lane once again. It's a pretty surprising. I feel like you want this matchup into the Scion, who is just going to execute to the turret, by the way. Meanwhile, we've got a fight breaking out in the top side. Vidyarthi tries to stand beside the Aatrox. Kaz only level 4. Can't go for the knockup just yet. Might not need it. Does get the flash out from Vidyarthi. Chain's going to bring back the Nautilus, but McPhee's not really in that much danger. Mei is there to dissuade Lordy Soma from pressing that advantage any further. Big wave coming in. Aatrox should be able to collect all of this. It will crash into the turret, though. Okay. Oh, dear, Vidyarthi. Oh, what happened there? Did Braum just face check the bush?
No, Braum was backing and didn't see anything. Wuhan came around the side. Great jungle knowledge there just to pick up a free kill. Red buff doing the work as well.
Wow, okay, so another kill over to XG. Thinking about a dive here. This could be a little bit overeager. McNeese is going to hook a minion and take an extra turn, trying to take a flash forward for the Lord. He lays the Q3, May. Is she going to be able to get away from this one? The Lord, he just needs one more dash forward. The zap connects, and Kaz picks up his second. Unbelievably close call there. XG lucky to walk away with a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the Gremlins gonna get the flash on Victor. May overstayed in the top lane. Vidyarthi returns to the scene of the crime and takes down the Jinx. But now is Braum gonna be able to get away from this? Oh, he misses the Winter's Bite. The EQ combo from the J4 comes through, trying to peel for the support. Kaz desperate to get in range for one more crushing blow, but is not going to be able to do so. And now in comes the Lord to slay the Wukong. Number 2 for Lordy Soma. 3-3 on the scoreboard.
I feel like the Miley Cyrus song of like, we just can't stop. Like every time there's someone on the board and there's more than 2 of us, we're going in.
It's a party in the top lane, baby.
The option. Yeah. All right, I will not be singing because that will be the end of any sponsorships or viewerships, and we will be probably hitting the negatives. So,
negative viewers, amazing.
It'll happen. Trust me. If instead of breaking glass of how horrible it is, it'll be negative viewerships.
Okay. Well, for any viewers who are still with us, we are starting up a dragon right now for the side of XG. And it's looking like this probably will not be contested. We have Jarvan on the top side of the map right now. So, like the first dragon is going to go over. And said Jarvan did already secure the first round of grub. So the good old-fashioned neutral trade in this one. May getting engaged on by the Aatrox, pulled back by the Infernal Chains, and actually Lordy Soma outplayed himself a bit there. May trying to get some damage back onto the Aatrox as he sheepishly flops away from that one.
Yeah, just
May walked up once again, gets hit by the Q1, flashed away. Almost outplays that one with the ultimate, but the Aatrox is going to be able to limp away. Pine going to get caught out, trying to do some counter jungling, EQ over the wall, but that's exactly where the Victor is. The Jarvan doesn't have flash. One more Death Ray is going to do it. OTF picking up his first of the game on the Victor, starting to augment that Hex Core just a little bit. It's a heavily manned play towards the top side here for XG as they look to get the push out on this top wave. Lordy Soma is so low, and they know the Aatrox has no teleport, so XG using all of their resources right now to try to get some plates onto this Jinx.
Yeah, and I think you have to respect the bush here and just kind of back away, let your team reset your core. He's getting solo farm here as well, but Wukong's headed down towards the bot side.
Kaz gonna see if he can do something about it. What is Dark's odds of making it out of this one? Let's see. The Wukong does have a Cyclone. Going to open up with it right here as he dashes on top of Dark. R2 activation, but Dark has a lot of damage. The Corki early game damage, nothing to sneeze at. Who's going to win out of the 1v1? One more Nimbus strike. The crushing blow comes out, and Kaz gets the kill. Meanwhile, top side, Vidyarthi trying to move forward. They're pushing XG off the turret up here. Lordy Soma dashes in, finds 2 with the Q2 knock-up. Sweet spot is there for the Q3 as well, but they're not on top of May critically, although the Jarvan gets in there. Pine cataclysm forward onto the Nautilus, flashes away, tries to stay alive, connects the dredge line onto Lordy Soma, and the zombie Scion takes down the Aatrox. Vidyarthi concusses the Jinx, but there's nobody that can follow up. Oh, the excited Jinx sidesteps the EQ from Pine, picks up the double kill. It's a massive win for XG.
May coming online just like we saw in game 1. What a cluster around everything. 3, 1, and 2 now. Going to be going back with a great buy. Sitting, let's see here, around 1,800 gold. Will complete the first item and more turret plates in the pocket here for XG.
Really crazy sequence after crazy sequence. Ironically, the top laners is usually...
Oh my god. Just... Let's go back.
Greeting for the turret a little bit there. May, you still had like 4.5 minutes. The plate's not going anywhere. You could just come back. But no, she is going to give over a little bit of gold to the opponents here. Meanwhile, bot lane, top laner is going to be going at it. As I was going to mention, usually in a lane swap situation, there's a big discrepancy between top laners. Not the case this time around. They're basically dead even. Although Spoopert has a lot more CS, obviously.
Yeah, a little bit of difference in CS, but the amount of kills you've interacted with that J4 coming up quite often is going to be something here.
Oh,
Meanwhile, in the
Wukong getting caught
jungle,
out in the jungle here. Kaz does utilize the Warrior Trickster to try to create enough space. Does have to flash away as well to stay alive. Cyclone about to come back off. Cooldown for Kaz as well, and the Braum is just going to have to be sacrificed. It was a cute attempt for Pine and Vidyarthi, but the collapse was very quick for XG.
why the invade? Why the say? There's so many plays that are just the greed of the early fact here, and this Viger just getting poked out so
YOLO
often. The
Swag in
ult
trouble.
coming
He's going to
down.
get stunned up by the gravity well. Flashes away. YOLO Swag will survive. Close call there in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Second
this
round
bit-
of Grubs alive right now, getting targeted by XG at the moment. All three of the first round were secured by the Gremlins. So if all three go to XG now, then nobody's getting the additional Twitch chatter buff. And it looks like that will be the case. Sorry, Twitch chat. No cameos for you in game number 3.
Unfortunate here. Yeah, Victor being on the side lane, ready to pop up just in case, and we know that Mei is online with the Kraken Slayer, and that's not something they want to deal with. Split it down, handshake down the middle here.
Yeah.
Dragon popping up less than a minute. I'm sure we'll see a contest and a fight for that one. It's just the Ocean Dragon going down right away here. Could this be another potential Chemtech soul?
Oh, God.
3 for 3.
You're going to speak it into existence, man. Don't do that.
Oh. It's like a pitcher on a perfect game. You don't want to say anything to him. Don't even look at him.
Is this CS advantage still there for Spoobert? His top laners are just laning in the bottom lane.
Do you have to point out the Viger going the Roa? I'm not a fan of seeing that. It's a laser
Knockup's
build.
going to connect
Oh,
into the unstoppable onslaught, and Mei is here for the follow-up. Lordy, someone flashes away to try to stay alive, but the slows come out. Oh, he dashes away from the other knockup. The flash forward, Spoobert connects the slow, the death charge, everything in the kitchen sink. Going to get thrown out there at Lordy. Someone they do manage to take him down. Meanwhile, Kaz, you get a flash after Vidyarthi. R2 activation comes through. The YOLO Swag on the rotation traps the monkey in the cage, and that is going to be enough to take him down. Pine flashing away, though, as Mei is excited, flashes forward. Jinx looking for the cleanup, and not so dark. Look at the Corky so low underneath the turret. It's just going to be a single auto attack. The zap, it doesn't connect, but it's not going to matter. Dark Valkyries directly into the Jinx's rocket. It's going to be the double kill for Mei and another team fight win for XG.
Yeah, I think Mei is gonna be too much online for this game to have, be in the favor. We saw kind of the delay for the shutdown here for the Sivir in game 2, but full force here for the Jinx. 6, 2, and 4 completed boots, and the Kraken Slayer already. Dragon on the board, being pinged at quite a bit here. We'll see if they end up starting this or if they're just going to poke everyone out. They do have vision of this kind of little setup here. Scion gonna charge up but not find purchase, and here's the engage.
EQ over the wall. It's Spoobert, low HP. Scion on the front line, still trying to survive as long as possible. They're trying to get on top of Mei, but the Jinx is still standing, able to kite forward. Now they take down 2. And another team fight win. Oh, man, the side of the Gremlins, they thought maybe there was going to be an angle there. They wanted to fight for this dragon, but it just wasn't in the cards, Gitano.
Do you have all 5 people? No, you should not fight this.
Oh, yeah, they didn't have Lordy Soma at all for that fight, right?
Correct.
Or wait.
Or, no, but Not So Dark was not. I think Corky was...
Dark is the one who was missing. Right, yeah.
So, I mean, now this Victor 2-0-4 with the upgrades here, just about ready to hit the final one as well here. So a lot of pickups there, and calling this Victor online. We'll check with the Viger as well for the AP 137 for the stack. So not too bad for that, gaining the ability. But like I said, with the Roa, I was touching on that delays your spike quite often here. You got the Lucidity boots, you have the tier now as well, so I'm wondering how delayed this Viger is going to be exactly for the damage.
Gitano, it's not Chemtech Soul. We're saved.
Inferno.
Well, the Gremlins aren't saved. The Gremlins are actually, they were kind of hoping for a Chemtech Soul, weren't they?
Yeah,
Not gonna be the case.
Jinx being online and the Victor being able to pop you from half the screen away.
Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty scary. Spoobert does not care about your sweet spots, Lordy Soma. He does not care one bit.
I will
He's
not
just going to
leave him in
take the
top
CS, In
I
your
will
face.
eat them with a plane. I will eat them here or there. I will eat them anywhere.
Beautiful. Dr. Seuss vibes for Spoobert. He's
Yes.
it's kind of a Dr. Seussy name too, isn't it? Spoobert. It sounds kind of Disney-esque almost.
I feel like you should be playing Mundo just for the Doctor. Dr. Seuss, Dr. Mundo, Dr. Spooper.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
I will treat you with a cleaver. I will bite you with a beaver. Like just little things.
I will
to help
go where I please her. No, that sounds a bit wrong, doesn't it? Oh. Anyways.
I like it.
Harold is going to get started up
Approved.
by Kaz. And yeah, it's going to be another objective going the way of XG. They now have opened up about a 5,000 gold lead for themselves. And it's going to be really interesting to me, Gitano, to see if they are going to be able to accelerate this game a little bit more than the Gremlins were able to with their early gold lead.
I think we saw it in game one how well they were able to kind of close this. Plus their track record too of closing games out when they have the lead.
OTF, and potentially in trouble. The teleport comes down though from Spooper to defend the mid laner, and that is going to cause the Gremlins to call off the play. Lots of rotations down. The Unstoppable Onslaught comes out from the Scion. Not quite able to connect the stun onto anybody, though. Vidyarthi is going to get knocked up by the Decimating Smash. Now the Braum puts up the door, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him. My Death Rocket comes through. May is unstoppable. Marksmanship was absolutely there for the Marksman player. And now look at this. Kaz in the mid lane as well is going to destroy the Tier 1 with the assistance of Shelly. Going to get another uncontested charge here onto the Tier 2. This could be a 2-turret play for the Wukong. Doesn't have a huge minion wave to work with, but the Gremlins are not at all in position to defend. So this turret is just going to go down, and that's going to be another huge influx of gold. Wukong going to be able to use that pretty well, too. Meanwhile, the other 4 members going to be able to continue the siege down towards the bottom side. Only 3 members in position to defend right now for the Gremlins. And XG just going to take this turret in their face. May excited, running forward. Here comes Kaz. The Cyclone does get buffered through by Pine. Manages to EQ back underneath the turret. A little bit of a wasted ultimate there from the Wukong. Cage comes out. McFeed's trapped in the thick of things. Nautilus potentially in trouble. Gets pulled back by the chains. They take down McFeed's. Meg able to get a little damage out there. Does get knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. Lordy Soma dashes forward. Can't quite connect the Darkened Blade. And now it's Spoober trapped in the cage. It's casting about making his way back into this one. They do manage to take down another member for the side of the Gremlins, but now they may have stayed a little bit too long as they've lost their jungler. Now Pine has dropped down. May, though, now is the one trapped in the cage. Jinx forced the flash away. A lot of damage coming out onto the rest of these members. A double kill over to the Dark's Corky. And now it's only May left. She's going to have to try to run away from this one. It's a flash forward for Lordy. Soma doesn't quite have enough range on the Infernal Chains. May is going to get back underneath the turret, and that should be the end of it.
I think right there you need the back. You just took 2 turrets mid lane. You took one in the bot lane. Wukong was sitting on 3,000 gold before that fight started too. So you're putting yourself a little far behind. Oh, Death Racket almost finding purchase there on the Braum here. So an unfortunate overstay on the play and a good job here by the Gremlins with that Viger cage. That happened not once, twice, but 3 times getting locked up.
No follow-up there for McFeeds. Good hook, though. Also, another note. Didn't May use the Super Mega Death Rocket at the very start of that fight? What is that cooldown?
Very low, apparently. And another
McFeeds is fine. He's just absolutely not McFeeding. Definitely not. I should have saved that one. Damn it.
Yeah, it's fine. It will merit a second one. We just got to wait for the right time.
Okay. If it's good enough if you say so. All right.
I believe so. I think there's definitely enough room for it. It's like the ice cream machine at McDonald's. Eventually enough times, you might be able to get an ice cream cone. You just have to be consistent with it.
Yeah. It's like the Gremlins are like trying to order ice cream, but McFeeds is like, no, it's broken. I'm not McFeeding you any ice cream. Not today.
Exactly. Order like a hot dog, I won't go through it. Too much of the setup. Anyway, Baron being put up here in less than 10 seconds, but Dragon was taken here. I'm not sure when. I must have missed it here, but 3 dragons
You
here.
were distracted by our
By the-
McDonald's conversation. You know, us on our food metaphors, we can get kind of deep into it. But yes, that Infernal Dragon was picked up by XG just a short minute ago. They are now on Infernal Soul Point in a really fantastic spot in this game. The scaling team fight composition on Soul Point, big gold lead. This is XG's game to win.
Yeah, I think they will be able to pull this out too here as long as they have the position. They have the ward coverage. As we see, the bot side is lit up in XG's favor here, red all the way across. So they are going to have great callouts in case someone rotates down, maybe even a potential pick. But this, Victor on the sideline, I almost read Mace fine there. 3-1 and 5, still putting out the Black Torch fire. Complete the Leandres here, I believe, once the Victor back. Up. So a lot of burn damage, a lot of consistency with that death rate too. It's just going to be slicing through everyone in these team fights.
Yeah. 2 items for YOLO Swag's Vagar as well. Quick AP check for the Vagar, 445. Oh, and we just got the Roa completion there as well. Good catch production.
Yeah, 231 for the stack, so a little more than, that 1 per minute here for it, or the 10 per minute mark here for it. So really enjoy seeing that. Great stacks. Double eclipses here from the Aatrox and the J4 as well. Kind of almost a similar build all the way across here. We got the twins.
Yeah, it was funny. They're building the same items. It looks like that's going to be the Sundered Sky second, possibly, for both of them.
The Spearmint twins, just, double the trouble, double the fun.
I didn't get that reference, to be honest. What's that from?
I'm showing my age. My gray hair is kind of a.
Mm.
I'll have to use them just for men and say things like
Okay.
Skibbity in Ohio or something to get my rep
Yeah,
up. with the young.
now we're with the times. Okay, now all the kids watching have woken up. Good save there, Gitano.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
great
have.
save.
We're only 2 minutes away. We've managed to talk about nothing. The game has slowed down a bit after that last dragon take. Neither team has really made any aggressive moves, and that's gonna suit the side of XG just fine. As we already mentioned, they are chilling right now with this current game state, and just about 90 seconds away from a possible Infernal Soul. And if that goes over, I think the Nexus will probably explode not too long afterwards.
Yeah, I see a very quick Baron play after that fate. If they end up giving the dragon and have healthy team after the team fight, they're just going to go straight boom boom and straight down the middle and kind of show them how to quickly end a game here. We enter into the 23-minute mark. That first game just going over 30, and this could be a correct timing where they kind of do a repeat performance here on that. Boopert being able to push kind of far up here, just not wanting to overextend, but just enough here for them to maybe potentially be like, maybe we should look more top side. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, they have Death Bushes set up here. Nautilus and Wukong just kind of sitting around in case something's happening.
I mean,
not
Gremlins are running out of time here. They need to get into this river. You could tell Vidyarthi some nerves there. I think he even missed the
Double
bush
warded.
with the first ward. Kaz able to dash forward, just testing the water, seeing if he could force out any cooldowns. It's going to be a reset there for Dark. I believe Dark just now able to complete that second item for the Corki. Infinity Edge done. Big spike. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah,
They don't
no
have
pack,
position.
so-
They have no control for the side of the Gremlins over this area right now. Vidyarthi trying to get in here to change that. So dangerous, though, for members to check by themselves. The dragon is spawning. Lordy Soma has teleport, still in the top lane for now. Immediately. Next year, just going to start this one up. Here comes the Aatrox teleporting in with the rest of the team behind the pit. As the teams get ready to square off, the cage comes down. It's Pine diving forward. They need to take down McPhee's. They need to do so quickly. They do manage to get down the Nautilus. Pine does manage to get the Cataclysm onto OTF's Victor, but they can't get the follow-up there in time. The Wukong creating so much disruption. Mei flashing over the wall to stay safe, but Lordy Soma flash follows. The Jinx is in trouble, and Dark and Yeah, YOLO are able to stay alive on the other side of the team fight, and now it's only Spoobert left for the side of XG. Some beautiful team fighting there from the Conduit Gremlins. They keep the carries safe. They force their way into the river, and they keep their hopes in Game 3 alive.
Yeah, that Viger cage just setting him up once again. Unfortunately, McPhee's not able to kind of go anywhere on top of that. Victor doing a good job of kind of, wrapping up three of them there inside, but it was just not delayed enough. And a great job by Lord going over the top here, going straight for the throat on the Jinx.
Yeah.
Jink having the bull flash barrier, but it is just not enough peel as no one else was really there. There was a blast pan, but when plays are that much of a bang bang, it's hard to find a way out of it, unfortunately. So a lot of summoners being burned too. We see flashes down almost on everyone but McPhee's
Yeah.
here.
I mean, you could tell, both teams knew how critically important that fight was. And they pulled out all the stops to make it happen for the side of the Gremlins. Critically, they were able to make that stand at the fourth dragon. They're still in it. They're still down. Actually, not that much gold. That was a big gold swing back towards them. They're only down about 1k now. As Kaz did find Dark in the mid lane, is able to Valkyrie over the wall into the Raptor pit. YOLO Swag teleporting into the play, does manage to catch the only the clone with the cage there. Now Pina is potentially in trouble, is forced to go back in with the Cataclysm, but May does get excited. The Jinx picks up her first reset. The Zoomer into the rocket as well for the double kill. And now Dark trying to get away, but one more rocket lands from the Jinx. May makes it a triple. Lordy Soma wasn't there this time around, and it's got to be XG wiping the team fight.
Yeah, they're gonna get spotted here going towards the Baron, but I don't know what they can do about it exactly. Or good job, getting the pick, the clone doing work, grabbing it. But on the backside here, Aatrox might look for something.
How desperate are they for the
OG.
Gremlins? They don't have Smite. There's no way that they can steal the Baron. It would have to be some heroics to maybe even just get a couple of kills is the most they can hope for here, but feeling
With
like it's
Viger
worth a
Cage.
try anyways. The Viger Cage does come through. It's level 60 for YOLO Swag, but they just jump right on top of him. The poor little Veigar never stood a chance. There was too much CC. The turn was good from XG. They take down the last two members of the Gremlins. They take the Baron, and they secure control of the game once again.
I think if they just delayed a little bit more and didn't play their hand, they were coming. Because that ward does foreshadow, hey, we have someone coming in, Viger being spotted out too, and a great turn. The entire team pivoting on the same foot there to grab up 2 kills, taking the Baron, and I think this is just going to be a shove down here for the side lanes or possibly mid, and just watch them take it.
Yeah, I mean, even if the side of XG can't deal the death blow with this Baron buff, it's going to give them complete control over the map for when the next dragon spawns, right? So it's going to be another really difficult situation for the Gremlins. They're going to have to push out from their base and try and force some kind of fight around the next dragon without control. Are they going to be able to make magic happen once again?
And they've done a great job with Baron. When they have that, it's just a boa constrictor. Every time you breathe in, they clinch a little more here. So I'm expecting possibly a tower to fall here. With these pushes, Aatrox towards the top side, Lord trying to grab a little bit of reprieve here to make sure they at least have one lane that they don't have to worry about here, though. McPhee's getting caught out a little bit, not going to get caged up, thankfully, here, but the rest of the team now kind of waiting in the wings, just hoping somebody gets caught out.
See Victor, OTF, splitting towards the bottom side, trying to play respectfully. But all of the Gremlins showing right now in the mid lane. The Victor able to walk back up, starts pressuring the tier 2. Nobody matching OTF right now. One objective going the way of XG. Able to extend the gold lead a little bit more. More gold for the Victor, who's already on 3 items.
Yeah, picking up here that Morello Namicon, making sure the wounds apply here for the Aatrox. He's not going to be able to heal up here from the fights as we've seen. Dragon coming up less than a minute. Back and buy what you need to and really come back, because this might be the team fight that spells either a victory or disaster for them. So another dragon taken off the board extends the game even further, allowing this Viger to stack and become online even more. 352 stacks for that, causing 900 AP to be in his pocket. Death cap completed as well. So this Viger is going to be crunching down on people regardless if you have MR or not. With that much AP, it really doesn't matter too much.
3 items for all the carries. Level 17 for YOLO Swag's Veigar. Teleport in for
GPUs.
Spoobert. As the side of XG look to set up their battle lines once again here in the river. Vidyarthi stepping forward. Zap connects. Decimating smash onto the Vagar. Good damage early on onto the Swagster. A little bit more chip damage coming out. It's a flash. The point blank ultimate going to come out from Spoobert. Kaz flashing in there for the follow-up. And the counter dive comes out from Pine, but the Jarvan's not strong enough on his own. And May already excited is looking set to clean up the team fight. Lordy Soma can't make it happen. YOLO Swag can't make it happen. Not even with the outplay button. It's only Dark left. May unafraid sprinting forward. One more rocket in the back for Dark. And it's going to be May carrying through the team fight once again. Beautifully done by XG. They will take the win in Game 3.
They were just waiting for that cage. That's the important cooldown of the cages allowed them to come in. We said the Scion have no fear. Spooper being able to flash in, all taking 2 with a pop-up, and after that, the J4 ulting the Scion out, leaving May to kind of just run around and take some more kills here. One turret, now's the second one, now the next is being taken, and that'll be a 2-1 favor. What a game number 2, 31 minutes.
I believe just narrowly that game number 3 was faster than the victory for XG in game number 1. So ramping up possibly over the course of the series, and some great performances there from a lot of members once again.
Yeah, this early game, from the trades of we're going to lane swap, bot to top, and then kind of delaying the Scion as well to kind of come down there and grab the wave. A really good job. We saw the CS discrepancy, but it didn't really matter too much, as there's a lot of trading kills for the top lane with that Aatrox, who was able to kind of keep up in that farm there. So, one overstaying team fight dive towards the bot lane that kind of spelled a little disaster after that, Rift taken to mid, but they recover very nicely, grab the dragons, grab the Baron, and just head down middle for that end.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I almost forgot about that lane swap shenanigans that we had at the
It
start
seems
of the
like
game.
forever ago.
It does feel like so long ago, yeah. And I feel like that the side of XG probably didn't get quite as much out of the lane swap as maybe they were hoping for. But in the end, I mean, May got fed regardless and did a ton of damage, but did get out-damaged in this one once again, this time by OTF's Victor. Actually on top of those damage charts, just over 26k for Victor in this one. But yeah, I mean, I think this game played out mostly how I expected it to, Gitano. I wasn't expecting the lane swap. I wasn't, anticipating necessarily some of the finer details that we were treated to in this one. But with both teams drafting for team fight, I feel like XG just do it a little bit better.
Yeah, the lane swap was interesting. It didn't quite provide what I wanted, but it did, entertain us as we saw kind of trades back and forth, a lot of roams here towards the top side. But they did a great transition and made coming online super early again. And every time that happens, it just spells disaster, because the positioning and being able to really clean up these fights are kind of in their hands once May gets fed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, who's our game 3 at POG, Gitano? It's I think not an easy decision. I think everybody honestly had some pretty good moments in this one. What are you thinking?
Everyone did, and I'm so excited to give out this line. It's gonna be May.
Yeah, May had a great game.
Yeah, it's the positioning, being able to make sure that once you get the resources and kind of carry that to the wind and make sure that they are correctly placed. We've seen this 2 games in a row now, where May just gets a little fed and just completely takes over the game. So, having said that, the entire team, the entire ensemble did a great job in these team fights. Everyone's doing what they need to do to make sure this AD carry can shine. So while, yes, the quarterback of the situation, or the whoever your star player is doing what they need to, but it really takes the entire team and able to do that. So, if I could give the MVP, it'd be the entire team.
I like it, especially with a composition like this, right? It really is a team effort to keep the Jinx safe and make sure that she can hit in the fights. I personally would want to vote for McFeeds on the Nautilus. McFeeds had a great showing, I think, in game number 1 as well. I believe that was, what was McFeeds on in Oh, the Alistar, that's right. Yeah. And I felt like in this one, it was Spoobert and Kaz that were doing a lot of the diving forward and trying to pressure the Vagar and the Corki, and it was McFeeds who was doing a lot of the peeling for May and making sure that Jinx could stay safe and make sure that worked out for the team. Even thinking back to like the early dredge line on Tapine and the top lane gank where Nautilus goes up there and hooks the Jarvan out of his combo to get that first kill. Even thinking back that far, I think McFeeds had another great showing alongside the star AD carry here for XG. But that's going to do it for our Game 3 discussion, guys. We're going to go to another short break, and when we come back, match point for XG, see if they can finish it out. Here we go, folks. Into Champion Select for game number 4. Conduit Gremlins lost out in game 3. They are now going to go back over to red side, their preferred side for this matchup, at least. Already working through these first bans. Just a reminder for everybody, with the Fearless draft system, we are not going to have a second ban phase. That's just going to remove too many champions because, of course, they can't play anything that was previously played either. So there are effectively 15 champions already banned. Or is that right? 30 champions. Yeah, it's 15 for each team already banned from the pool. So we have Volibear and Camille removed so far. Lilia and Poppy going to get denied by the Gremlins. Any picks in particular, Gaetano, that you're eyeing as we move towards this B1?
I mean, there's quite a few. I know we touched on the Kaisa pick. Not seeing that 80 carries are kind of getting slim. If Ziggs is off the table too, we know how much the AP picks are, viable here. So we'll see if that is something they opt into the Mordekaiser being taken away instead. So a lot of top being taken off the table here from Lord.
There's stuff like the Ezreal is still available as well. He was getting banned out in some of the earlier games. Both are open. You mentioned the Caitlyn as well. She is a pick that does come out from time to time. We see a Guma pull out the Caitlyn. Saw that at least once so far at the World Championship.
Now we'll see what they end up opting in here too. With all of this
Maybe
kind
the
of
Ziggs prio.
all these bans, you kind of have to really dig deep. Do you pick your really priority picks here in the early game, and then hopefully late game, can kind of swelter over to that, or did you save something in the tank here for the end game, or are you rotating? Hey, this time we want mid to be carry. Pick your great champion will support you. Next time it's top side. Next time it's 80 carry. Maybe a little bit of give and take here for the sides here. But Ziggs being taken up, I like that pick. It's a good takeaway and a good spot for you guys. And you talked about both of these champions, Yone and Ezreal, on the break, and they both must have heard you. Gotta make sure our mics are not going direct to teams or coaches, spying in. But two great pickups, especially with that Poppy being picked away. We don't have the Syndra on the board too here, so Renekton kind of being the only, possible counterplay here. We'll see if that is picked up.
I wonder if OTF plays it. Yeah, that would be interesting if we bust out the mid crocodile. But yeah, I think Yone and Ezreal are two very high prio picks given what's still available, right? So not surprised to see the Gremlins go for that on the R1, R2. Rakan going to come out for McFeeds alongside likely that Ziggs towards the bottom lane, but could see that going into the hands of OTF instead. It doesn't really feel like a Mei style of champion, right? And this would be interesting.
Yeah, Smolder being picked up, and there is a possible switch too, where Smolder does go mid, Ziggs towards the bot side too. So it is a either side of play for them. So we'll see if that ends up being in favor though of the Yone being able to kind of get onto those backline targets, especially those squishier side, so the Rakan kind of has the work cut out for them in this instance.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. Can be tough to lock down targets like Yone and Ezreal. But with the Smolder lock-in here, I mean, Smolder and Ziggs can definitely be flexed between mid and bot lane, and it's a ton of scaling for XG. It's sort of a la the Gen G draft that they played in Game 5 against FlyQuest in the quarters. Definitely feels like if we do go late, XG are just going to be pretty much guaranteed. I mean, it does feel like, yeah, it's so interesting, right? Oh, the Taric is going to get through here. So this has been getting banned away from Vidyarthi a lot tonight, but they are going to scoop it up for the Gremlins on the R3 here. And to get their hands on it this time around. Of course, didn't have to worry about a second ban phase or anything like that. And we are just going to get straight into the R4 pick. Going to be the Xin Zhao for Pine. Does feel great to have him on some kind of early skirmishing champion, but does mean that the Gremlins are lacking AP so far.
Yeah, Ezreal, you have a little bit of mix in there, but not quite enough. But you don't see any real tanks coming out here from the side of XG. So, I mean, this could...
Surely they're going to draft some frontline here.
Favor. So if they do pick, maybe a little bit of a more, Bruiser top lane. You don't have to worry.
Whoa, lock it
But
in, lock it in, lock it in.
yes,
Yeah.
there you
Whoa, the
go.
Rammus angle here is actually crazy. Love it. He's not actually amazing into Yone, because like you taunt Yone, and then Yone is actually just like, oh, no thanks. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. And then he does that Yone thing that I really hate. But besides, I mean, it's going to be so hard for the Gremlins to deal with. Like, what can they pick for Lordy Soma here in the top lane that's going to deal with the Rammus? I feel like there's not a lot of great options.
Could pick
You
with
need
the
some
Rumble.
kind of consistent. Oh, Rumble maybe,
Rumble,
but he's easy to get engaged on. I mean, if Rumble is DPSing the thing about Rumble is you kind of DPS everybody at the same time, right? So maybe that's probably a decent option that they could go for. I don't know if Lordy plays Rumble. Doesn't really
I'm just
seem
thinking,
like his wheelhouse
no
necessarily.
Drake, everyone in the line. You got Rumble on top of it, Tarek to keep everyone safe in the midst of a fight. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, it's probably decent. I can't really think of like a better option. He's just gonna go for the Mundo. The Garen,
Oh,
actually. Okay,
no.
so, I mean, this is definitely a Lordy Soma style champion, but they literally have 0 magic damage. Oh, it's Mundo. Okay, so apparently we're seeing in the client chat, it is Mundo, not Garen,
darn.
for Lordy on the R5. Yeah, we were hoping to see Spoobert play the Mundo for the Dr. Spoobert stuff that we kind of had in mind, but that's okay. Spoobert is just going to be playing against the Mundo instead. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how they're going to deal with this Rammus, man. I feel like the Rammus pick is genius.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hold its value on this, especially the later it goes. Like, you know, and it's not even so much about taunting the Yone, but just kind of being in the presence, making sure he has to snap back, you know, quickly before it gets too late for him. So I think it's a good pick. You can always save it too for the Zen Sao. So they have enough peel here with him, especially with the Jax too, just Counter Strike kind of on top and being able to do that. So if anyone really comes online early, they have that late game policy. You have the Smolder that's going to come online. You have the Jax as well, and that Rammus now being able to get super tanky, and just no one can really, unfortunately, stop him once he decides to go in. And then Ziggs, it's going to be very difficult to get to that back line. Yes, Yone and Zenzao, but I don't know if you're going to be able to crack through the front line here of that Rammus to really get that far back.
No, I mean, I just don't think that they have the composition to do it with. You know, for XG, it's beautiful, right? They have another amazing team fight composition here. They've got Engage, they have Frontline, they have Scaling, they have Damage. They even have Jax to match in the side lane if necessary. But for Conduit Gremlins, you know, it's definitely going to be really tough to try to match in the team fights with this all AD composition into Rammus. That feels really, really brutal. But at the same time, I do think that the Gremlins have some tools that suit their playstyle as a team, right? You've got these really explosive carries in mid and top, and the Garen and the Yone that they can play for side lanes with these champions. They can, you know, play off sides of the map. They can play for odd numbered fights and just kind of look to overwhelm their opponents in sides. And I think, honestly, I don't mind that approach, right? For the Gremlins, I think we saw last game in game number 3 that they just have a really hard time stacking up man-to-man against XG in the 5v5s around objectives and in the prototypical League of Legends, right? I feel like XG just kind of are a little bit better in those situations. So yeah, it feels really difficult for the Gremlins with this draft, you know, to try and play into Rammus. And, you know, League of Legends, the way that the game is right now, it's so much balanced around these neutral objectives and stacking up these permanent buffs as you know, gradually gaining advantages over the course of the game. But I honestly do like this style for the Gremlins. Even if they're not able to make it happen, I think this kind of draft suits their style better. And even if they aren't able to make it happen in this game number 4, I think I would be happy to see them go out like this, trying to play their style, right?
Yeah, fight early and fight often. Just gonna make sure that, you know, they put themselves in the best position to have that early game advantage, or in mid game where, you know, maybe the Rammus isn't as big of a deal. They can get to the back line and worry about maybe taking the Ninja Turtle down after the fact that the rest of the team has died.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. The Rammus taunt is single target, right? You can only taunt one person, so if there are multiple members of the Gremlins trying to dive that back line, maybe that'll be enough to take out one or even both of these carries and really swing the fight in their favor that way. If they come in from flank angles, things like this, that could absolutely work out for them. But what was that you said a moment ago, production? Oh, very exciting. I think we have time to discuss that a little bit right now. Apparently, we have updates from around the league on those other quarterfinals. Well, let's take a look here. Okay. So, what am I looking at? Oh, okay. So I see we have the scores filled in there. Wow. All right. So the Shattered Spire 3-0 over the Feverish Monkeys. That is fascinating. So, everybody on Otter Talk earlier today, Gitano, was predicting the Fever Monkeys to actually win that matchup against the Shattered Spire. So that is going to fly in the face of a lot of expectations. And it looks like both Tilt TFF and Reformed Syndicate are both going to Game 5. That's crazy.
That's something you want to see. That makes the playoffs like that much more interesting, of the storyline. So maybe we'll follow suit. I know we're really super excited to stay up super late, throughout the entirety here. So
Oh, man.
maybe we'll production will be yelling in my ear here shortly, I'm sure, for that one.
No, thank you very much, production, for pulling up the bracket for us, pointing out the update there. That is really, really interesting to see. And yeah, that result coming in from Shattered versus Fever Monkeys is really surprising to me. That is going to unfortunately ruin my perfect bracket. So I had all the winners picked right from the round of 16. I was doing really well there, but the Shattered Spire have just gone and messed it up for me. No perfect pick'ems for me.
You'll have to write them a strongly worded letter. It's kind of like March Madness here in October. Like you know close. I'm sure your percentages were far above everyone else for your pick'ems here. So while you maybe not have the perfect bracket, you still should be happy about your percentage.
Yeah, could still end up with the most points at the end of it all. We'll have to wait and see. I did predict this match right here to be a 3-1 in favor of XG, so I'm not sure how heavily the actual score is weighted in determining the points. I don't quite recall how that all works right now, but we'll see. We'll see how it all does play out. As far as these drafts are concerned in this game that we do have on the horizon right now, Gaetano, I think the last thing to really talk about before we go into this break, you already know. It's prediction time. What are you thinking?
I think the blue pill this time is the
The
right
blue
one to go. I
pill
took the
is
red
the
one.
one.
I went through the
Yeah.
rabbit hole, and I feel like I just need to come back to earth a little bit. A little Alice in Wonderland, kind of spiraling down, but it's time to come back to reality. So the blue pill is unfortunately
Back
gonna be
to
the one that we
reality.
take here for it. Oh, there goes gravity.
There goes gravity. Yep, the Smolder is going to be
Gravity.
flying high in this one. He doesn't got to worry about any gravity holding him down. Rakan also is a bird, right? So he's going to be really stoked probably about no gravity as well. Just absolutely fantastic stuff for the side of XG. For the side of the Gremlins, backs up against the wall. Now they've had a phenomenal season. Like we mentioned all the way back at the start of the show, nobody even expected them to make it this far. Maybe they do have just a little bit more in the tank. Will they be able to bring us to Game 5 with the power of the Yone? And they've got the Mundo up towards the top side as well. Just maybe they're going to be able to make it happen. As a tall order, though, against XG. We're going to break, guys, when we come back, the fourth and possibly final game of the night. Oh, welcome back once again to the Rift for game number 4 in this best of 5 between XG Ratatoskr, the number 1 seed from Noxus, and the Conduit Gremlins, the number 2 seed from Ionia. XG on to match point. They lead by 1 in the series, and they have a great team fighting composition for themselves once again. A little bit of a 3-man camp up towards the top side of mid lane for the Gremlins. Doesn't look like they're going to find anybody. Just that classic 5-point for XG.
Yeah, Kaz not wandering in this time to
Not this time.
get a little bit of a deep ward vision here. They will spot them invading, gonna be able to put down their own ward.
Oh,
A little bit of a
double
double
ward.
usage there. A little miscommunication there, possibly. I'm not sure how much that is going to set them back with that. So here, maybe more towards the bot side, not having that early vision, something to possibly look after here.
Looking like respective red buff starts for our 2 junglers. Rammus going to be pathing up towards Jax Mundo. Going to be Xin Zhao coming down towards this bottom lane. Ooh, interesting. Whoa, this is interesting. I mean, okay. So maybe the thought process here is that... So I think you do want... Hang on just a moment, actually. As McPhee's getting damaged a little bit towards this bottom lane. A nice little early stun from Vidyarthi to set up that damage to come through. It's press the attack Ezreal, so very strong early. You can get that grass or the PTA procced. But yes, back to this solo lane swapping discussion. Let's let you go ahead, Katana. What do you think?
I think, I see where they're trying to go with this. Just make sure that you hunker down the Mundo as best you can. And with the range and the splash of the Smolder, you're going to be able to do that here. And it gives you also that making sure that your mid game is, or your early game has its way here. So you have Grasp, though, too, on the Jax. I think they're going to get value out of it. You talked about the Smolder,
Grasp for both.
Yone mid, but
PNA is
we'll
here.
see.
OTF is going to flap away, though. Smolder is totally fine. Took flap second, so he's all right.
Yeah, still have Flash too. So I mean, I feel like this is going to work out for them. You don't traditionally see the Jax Yone, but I think it's going to be just fine. They're not going to lose too much on this this trade.
Yeah, I think both picks are actually okay into Yone, right? Because the Smolder, you can dodge away from a lot of the knockups with the flap, and Jax, you can just immune a lot of the damage with Counter-Strike, right? And you can see the Jax just abusing the matchup early on. Spoobert able to jump in, get a lot of these good trades onto YOLO Swag's Yone. And the Jax, I think the really matchup... Oh, Rammus making his way into the bottom lane. Dark is going to be able to buffer that Arcane Shift pretty nicely to try to get away, but Vidyarthi not so lucky. Taric flashing away, trying to survive the flash forward. Oh, the stun, though! May gets stunned up, can't finish off the Taric. Not able to get out that last bouncing bomb. And a lot of some... Well, just the flash of the Ziggs, I guess, exchanged for the flash of the Taric.
Yeah, we saw the Satchel charge too. Unfortunately, just a little delay would have sent back, Taric, but just not in time, unfortunately. So nothing there to happen here. Xin Zhao, though, still walking towards the bot side here, possibly after he's looking. Is going to find Rammus
over that south scuttle, but it's already been secured by Kaz. And now Rammus has seen the Xin Zhao, has the option to try to go for a double scuttle here. Both junglers still level 3. Xin Zhao is very strong, of course, in the early game, so it looks like Kaz is actually just going to let this one go. Hanging around in mid, seeing if YOLO Swag's going to overstep here, but the Yone pretty comfortable underneath this turret. Just going to do some Yone things right there, as you can see. Classic Yone.
Favorite thing. Just, I imagine
my favorite, yep.
Shoots from 80 to 140 instantly, just as soon as he pops out of his body.
Oh, Spoobert able to leap strike away. Wind does become lightning. That's going to get the flash. Nice from Pine. Connects the skill shot. Spoobert now going to be down the summoner. Oh, meanwhile, Lordy Soma in the top lane. One more auto attack solo kill for the Smolder. OTF first blood for XG.
Oh, just a back and forth there. A little hesitation, but does end up coming back for that kill. So great pickup there by OTF.
Really nice. And that brings us back to our solo lane discussion. I think for XG, the one matchup they really didn't want is Jax into Mundo, right? Mundo just counters the Jax so well. The Jax only has one form of CC. Mundo immunes one form of CC. And Lordy Soma can match the Jax's scaling in the side lane later on as well. So you get the Smolder into the Mundo. OTF is able to stack up for free off of that Mundo's health bar and has the range advantage as well, obviously, as we just saw. Even able to pick up the solo kill in the raw 1v1.
Yeah, and I am really liking too. They tried to switch here, but they're going to switch back again now. Mundo towards the mid
Yeah.
side, Smolder dragging down as well. That means Jax towards the top side with this Yone here. So Zig's doing a good job of kind of keeping himself in the lane here. Does bring the TP, does come back here with Lost Chapter, so going to be able to really farm out these lanes.
Perfect first base for
individually.
May. Yeah,
Yep.
just want that Lost Chapter. You're all set. Probably going to be a pretty good buy for Dark here as well. You'd have to imagine it's going to be able to get tier. Do we get the Spellblade? Not quite enough for Spellblade. It's going to be Longsword, Glowing Moat, plus the tier for the Ezreal. So not quite ideal there for Dark. I wonder how far off he was from Spellblade. Or Sheen, rather.
Yeah, it's got to be close. And now we see the switches get Mundo here towards the top side with the Jack. So maybe they've had enough of the switch, gonna flop it back here. Ram is taking Void Grubs here for free. Not a lot of vision and no jungle presence. Meanwhile, they will be taking this dragon here, Mountain Drake.
Now, it looks like the Grubs are going to go the way of Kaz, like you said. So, mostly just denying that, I think, from this Gremlins composition is going to be ideal. Rammus is pretty great at taking down those Grubs. Xin Zhao less so. So as far as the junglers are concerned, they're taking their preferred neutrals. As far as the team comps are concerned, I would argue not so much.
Yeah, Ram's here coming.
Oh, Grand Entrance going to come out here for the Rakan. Does get stunned up, though. Taunt comes through onto Vidyarthi's Taric. As McPheed's down to about 50%. OTF moving over. Level 7 on the Smolder. Is going to get stunned up here by the Taric. In goes McPheeds. Finds the double knock-up onto 2. Mondo's come out. Triple man. Fate Sealed connected onto for YOLO's Swag. Not quite able to finish anybody off just yet. In comes Not So Dark from the side. They do manage to take down the Rakan. Meanwhile, it's going to be YOLO Swag going down solo. Yone flashed away. Stay alive. Beautiful true shot barrage from Dark. But it's going to be the Xin Zhao who goes down. And now May dodges the W. May looking for the side step. The Misty Shot's going to go wide. The auto attack will not. Dark picks up 2 kills in the fight. But now Kaz not quite done just yet. Connects the taunt, but it's pretty low duration early on. Ramesh about to get the flashback off cooldown for Kaz. Just not quite able to get the summoner back in time. It's just 15 seconds away there, you can see, for Kaz. The Ezreal will barely survive. Oh, and now the Ram is going to roll right into Vidyarthi. The Taric's going to take him down. Oh, Kaz still alive. The shielding and the healing from the Rakan. McPheed saves the juggler.
What a save there. Ezreal towards the backside of that fight, picking up McPheed's kind of easily, while all the attention is here more towards the mid side of that Dragon Pit. Dragon not even being taken there after that fight. TP being used here mid. Rammus not being able to join the fight. I think they're going to give this Dragon over here. But a great pickup here for the Ezreal,
Really
picking up the
close
sheep,
fight.
picking up, having those tier stacks come on a little earlier. So this Ezreal's going to feel real nice, not so dark, in a great spot here against the Ziggs.
The fight was 3 for 2 overall in favor of XG, but the Gremlins are going to feel really great about all that gold going on to the Ezreal and getting the Dragon in the aftermath as well.
And now that mid lane, we'll see Smolder and Yone. We're kind of trading back and forth quite
They're
often.
going to get stunned up by the Dazzle. Ziggs does have the satchel, dodges away from the Jhin W. Beautiful quickness coming out from McPheeds as well to peel for the carry. Vidyarthi now low mana. May connecting these bouncing bombs as the Gremlins try to retreat. Mega Infernal Bomb comes out. Not what is the hitbox on the Q? As I thought that was going to miss, but I guess Vidyarthi thought the same thing. That's 2 kills now for May. And in comes the Rammus. Crescent Guard comes out from Pine to disengage from the Armored Turtle, the Armadillo. And now Not So Dark all alone underneath the tier 1 turret. Burns the shift very early there. True Shot Barrage comes out onto Kaz. Rammus is taken the turret aggro. And that will be another kill over to Dark. So 1 for 1 on the turret dive. Not the end of the world for Gremlins. But now Ezreal's going to lose some of this golden experience as Ziggs is able to crash the wave.
Yeah, 3-1 here for the Ezreal, picking up another part of the Trinity Force with that Phage. Couple of plays they're going down, so May will feel absolutely great about it here. Tarek trying to grab a little bit of stun here on the Ziggs, not going to really do too much as the Satchel brings May to safety there. What a trade back and forth there, Ezreal now. You know, definitely online. I think it's going to be the bot lane, Mel versus Not So Dark here in this game for
Sorry, what versus Not So Dark?
it's May. Why did I say Mel?
Oh,
I was like
yeah,
Mel, May. I'm off a little bit. It's late.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
had too
It's
much
it's
sugar with the
late. Yeah,
tutti fruities.
totally fair.
I'll
Totally fair.
past my bedtime for sure. Not that I stay up to 1 a.m. every night. It's fine.
Man, it
Love being
sounds
an
like
adult.
the parents need to enforce the bedtime for you. You need a parent debuff potentially. You're OP, Gitano. You're too
I'll have
OP.
to
You
call
get
my
nerfed.
mom and be like, "Hey, you need to
Yeah,
call and make sure I'm in bed by 10:30. None of this 2
yeah,
a.m.
yeah.
still watching Pirates of the
Shout out
Caribbean."
Rat Queen Delilah.
Yeah.
But here we are on to the second round of Void Grubs. It looks like this is going to go the way of XG once again. They are going to get all 6 of the Grubs. Welcome back to the Rift Twitch chat.
And especially with this Jax too, I think that's going to have great value. Jax being able to take towers very easily, probably one of my top 3 looking tower taking champions here, right next to that
Oh, yeah.
Trundle. He could
And we can see him in
really
action right here.
pound through, and 2 plates already gone, taking down
He's just going to take the whole
Ezreal's
thing.
hits.
In
Doesn't even
Ezreal's
care.
face. What is happening right now? I mean, I guess he
Not
does have 3
done.
levels advantage. He's going to pop the ultimate. His movement's going to go in for the 1v2, and that was just a bridge too far. It's going to get out the Tarek ultimate for his troubles, and obviously to take the full turret as well. Meanwhile, May on the top side, flashing forward is Pina, not quite able to connect the W. May, satchel charge away, but Lordy Soma just trying to run down the Ziggs, and Kaz cannot get on top of the Mundo, cannot peel for May. Trying to trade one back onto Pina, not gonna happen. So, 2 kills for the Gremlins. Well, what? How did the Xin Zhao die? Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Pina just walked into the minefield after May was already dead. Unfortunate error there for the Gremlin jungler. That is going to give the Ziggs his 3rd kill of the game.
TP being used here by May, going
Oh,
back
Dark.
towards
Oh,
the
what is
top
happening
side.
down here, my friend? Oh,
Oh,
dear.
no.
There's a Rammus over there,
Bad.
Dark. And you already burned E. I think, Dark, that you might just be dead. Goodbye, Dark. Oh,
Even with the
no.
flash, not
Well, he didn't know McFeeds was... Did he know McFeeds was there? I hope he didn't know. Oh, dear.
oh. You hate to see it. Little trades back and forth there. Unfortunately, gonna delay. Does have the Trinity Force and the boots complete here, but you're giving Jax more free farm on that side as well. So something to take into consideration. Little over or a little under 3K advantage here for XG. Meanwhile, towards the mid side here, Tarek waiting in the wings, waiting for that dragon to pop up. Hex Tech here
Speaking of waiting,
for our second.
McFeeds has a bit of a nasty angle here. Spoobert's going to move over as well. Rammus going to start this one off. They don't have either of their carries here, though, so this is a bit awkward for XG. They are going to go in for the team fight, but Arthur's going to flash away. Spoobert with the flash follow, and Ziggs doesn't need to be here because he can help from the other side of the map, and the Crescent Guard's going to come out from Pina, but Yone is going to come back to the body, and then he's going to, he's doing the Yone thing. He's going to flash away. YOLO Swag's still alive somehow, and it's just going to be the 1 kill for XG in the fight, Dragon alive.
Yeah, a great escape there by Yellow, but I don't know how much it's going to factor in here into the Dragon being taken. Rammus now looking for that, little fruit plan here to replenish them. May also just taking this down, being able to cover that Mundo TPing in, but they all kind of ignored it, just waiting for the own to snap back to reality there. But unfortunately was not able to find anything. Does blow the flash though, so little victories here and there, and hopefully for next time, if that aggression does show, they're able to capitalize. And another Infernal Dragon here coming up for our soul point.
Well, for Ziggs, Smolder, and Ezreal, all 3 of those champs, the Infernal Soul goes absolutely insane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Right now, Dragon's tied up 1-1 for both sides here, so with those 6 Void Grubs, though, I think that's going to really play hard here towards the mid side, especially with this Jack. If he's able to split, we saw him take a tower very early with, just the Trinity Force, so I can't imagine a few more items complete and he'll be able to take it, without any problem, possibly 1v2, as, we almost saw that Tarek having to blow the ult just in case something did happen here, so... Trades here for the top
Here
side.
comes a Kaz. Mundo gonna pop the ultimate pretty early for the maximum dosage. With the healing, should be able to get back underneath the turret. Actually is baiting the fight as a teleport in for YOLO's swag. And Jax is all out of mana. Already burned the ultimate. No flash on Spoobert. The Blast Cone does create some extra distance, though. The flash away is pretty good. The Fate Seal barely going to connect onto the Jax. The snapback likely enough to secure the kill here. Actually, it's not quite enough. The Rammus will go down, but it's 2 kills over for XG. But now OTF has the flash away to try to get back under the turret, trying to stay alive. The briefcase connects for the Mundo. One more auto attack. That's all they need to take down this Smolder, but they can't find it. OTF still alive. Lordy Soma desperate to try to get on top of the little dragon, and he's not going to be able to do it. It's 4 for 1 XG. A huge team fight win that may have broken open the game.
That's so sad. I imagine the players on their computer just spamming the
They
heck
were
out of
so
their mouse
close to
and everything.
getting the Jax and the Smolder. They were both on like
Just
single-digit
sneeze
health.
on them. Just sneeze on them. But
Oh,
unfortunately,
man.
not able to happen here for them. You got 3 minutes here left for the Dragon. Same on the Baron at that 20-minute mark. Jax and Yone just picking up solo farm on these sides here. And, Spooper does have a little bit of he's catching back up. Mundo 144, great job. But he's coming
They've
back.
got the pincer movement onto YOLO Swag. Look at all this CC. YOLO Swag's going to dash back to the body, gets back underneath the turret. Not enough CC. I will withhold my snarky comment.
Balanced, right? Congratulations, Riot. You did it. You did it. Ezreal waiting in the wings there, still holding on to that Trinity Force complete item, waiting for a little bit more. Meanwhile, Ziggs possibly looking here for the Andre's Torment. Luden's Echo already complete as well. Thornmail early here for the Rammus. No surprise there. Balmy Sunder as well here. Meanwhile, towards the top side, though, Ezreal, Arcane
able to shift away. Not much of a wave to work with here for XG. Dark about to get his flash back up as well, and now it's going to be the side of the Gremlins, thinking about a collapse up towards this top side. Wind does strike, it becomes lightning onto McFeeds, the charge forward for Pine. In comes the Rammus, though. Kaz is still here, gonna be able to taunt up that Jin Zhao. May trying to get some damage out, but a good Crescent Guard from Pine to deny that Ziggs follow-up from coming through. Kaz not done, though. Rolling forward. Gonna be able to get the taunt down onto Dark. Mega Inferno comes out. Good damage onto Dark. They take down the Ezreal. The Diarthy trying to get back underneath the turret. The flash away, but the auto attack was already in the air. May unstoppable. 7 and 2 on the Ziggs. And now this tier 1 turret on its last legs as well. With the grubs, with the Ziggs satchel. This one is slated to go down. And the gold lead now extending in favor of XG. As the turret falls, they're looking at about 5K, 4.5, 5K in the advantage with a scaling draft as well. Meanwhile, Lordy Soma trying to make it happen towards the bottom side. Gonna pop the Mundo ultimate once again. Oh, actually, didn't pop it there. I get confused with all of the health regen that he just naturally gets.
He naturally just pops it every time he's on the map, just Mundo things. And with a giant silver chalice too in his hand, I'm sure he's
that health regen from the Warmogs. He's full health. He's actually just full health.
Oh my
God. I don't know if this is really. I mean, XG are going to try to make it happen onto the Mundo. Spoobert is extremely low. The taunt is going to happen for a little while. In comes McFeeds. Can't quite connect to the Grand Entrance. The Mundo, I think, is just going to walk away from this one. They have a little bit more C's coming through for the Rammus. Now the collapse has come through from the rest of the Gremlins. Spoobert can't contribute anymore. The Jax just has to run for the hills, trying to get away from this one. Flash away for the Fate Sealed. Good body block actually there from McFeeds to prevent that Yone ultimate from connecting onto the top laner. The Gleaming Brilliance, or whatever that tech ultimate is called, is going to come down now to keep everybody alive. Huge damage from the Infernal Bomb. Kaz gets back in there, gets the taunt down onto the Yone, and now the cleanup crew, it arrives. The carries are here for XG, and they will be cleaning up the team fight. Mundo trying to escape, and we will not be able to do so. Number 11 for May on the Ziggs. They blew a bunch of flashes there, but it's a quadra kill for the Star Marksman player. They're onto the Dragon as well, and this game is looking all XG.
I don't know what I'm seeing in this. Team fights lasting about a minute throughout the entirety of it here. They find Mundo in a 1v1, gets full health from the Warmongs, takes down the turret like it's a baby carrot, and then all of a sudden they grab 3 for Mundo. Mundo's still running around waiting for his team, and then both sides end up to send backup. Hilarious. TP, though, being used. We'll see if they end up...
Dragon's already gone. YOLO Swag's just going back to mid lane. They do have the Herald in position right now, so this is going to be some good Herald value for the Gremlins. But it still feels like a consolation prize at best. May rotating over, be able to clear out the minion wave. It looks like they're actually not even going to be able to get the full turret here on the tier 2. YOLO Swag forced to retreat. Spoober jumping forward, finds the stun. Mega Infernal Bomb is available once again, and they just blow up the Yone. No Yone shenanigans this time. Not today. And now, oh man, onto the Baron once again. 5v4. And the health bars are actually pretty decent for the side of XG. We do have the Lord on the flank. Is Mundo going to be able to pressure them off of this one? McFeed's trying to peel. The quickness comes out as well, only onto the top laner. They're going for the turn. A nice stun from Vidyarthi to buy a little bit more time, but the top laner is getting burned down. Lordy Soma trying to get away, but there's just too much CC. The taunt comes out as well, and Lordy Soma gets taken down. The rest of the team not able to help, and a beautiful ultimate from the Rammus. McFeed's in there for the follow-up, and the carries have all the damage that they could ever need. PNA flashes over the wall, desperately wanting to stay alive, but I don't think that's going to be enough to dissuade XG from going straight back onto the Baron.
They get done with the fight and they go right back to it. Good job of noticing they're going to have that pincer move and really relying to one side to make sure that happens. And unfortunately, Mundo just taking a little too much damage there and the team not being able to help him. Meanwhile, they try to punish out this Baron side here, and hopefully Xin Zhao not to go over
the wall, takes down the Xin Zhao. No 50-50 available. YOLO Swag tries to get over the wall, and OTF, unafraid, looks the Yone dead in the eyes and breathes fire on him, snuffs out the last light for the Gremlins, and XG look to march down mid.
She's just going to be able to take this tower and the next one and really whatever they want at this point. 2 great team fights back to back there now, and they have to be sitting on tons of money as I look very quickly here. You know, somewhere around 1,500 to all the way up to Jack saying around 25 on his build here. So after this back, they're going to have a huge advantage. Gold lead, you know, swimming around the 10K mark, not too far from it, picking up the jungle too on the outside. They are just marching this one down.
Yeah. The gold lead now, they've built it back up to about 9K for XG. Really just the finishing touches on this one. OTF is going to have to flash away as Vidyarthi flashing forward, looking to set that up onto the enemy mid laner. But OTF quick with the reaction there, not going to get taken down. And maybe a quick Smolder stack check. See where we're at for OTF. As, 222 the stacks for for OTF rather, as almost to that execute point, and there it is. The Smolder are going to start executing people. YOLO Swag trying to get into that backline, trying to deal with the carries that have been so troublesome, but it's not able to do so. The Smolder damage. Oh, YOLO Swag barely will survive. But Pina not so lucky. In comes the Ziggs bomb to finish off the Yone, and now it is only the Lord who is left. Tries to pop the dosage, tries to run away, and looks like they are going to let him go. Kaz doesn't want to let him go, but the rest of the team is not around to help out right now. Rammus, I don't think you can actually 1v1 the Doctor.
You'd never know. You could get away with it, but kind of doubtful. Smolder did not back the entire time here, so OTF really spending on a lot of money. Gonna probably be around that 3K mark by the time you know, he decides to back here. Meanwhile, towards the bot side, that tower being taken out very quickly. those, shots by Jax are just destroying that tower here. Mid as well, falling with the Smolder and the Rammus there to secure that. So OTF and crew hopefully going to back here. Dragon in 40 seconds, knocking on that soul point here very shortly. So I'm not sure if they want to take this fight either. 28-8, you're down 12K. They had
Whoa.
no
I
problem
mean,
finding the lead and just strangling it, and they're doing it.
for the Gremlins, you just have to take any and every fight at this point. Like, it doesn't even matter. You got to take, like, the 1% plays, I feel like, at this point. Literally anything that you can see, anything that even resembles the possibility of a fight, you have to go for it, because your odds in any kind of engagement are just so low from this position. I mean, you're facing down Ziggs, Smolder. Both are on 3 items. Smolder has all of his stacks. The Rammus is already so tanky. Like, it's just, writing is on the wall.
Yeah, this one, I believe, will be a 3-1 unless I am mistaken here. Dragon being picked up here. 2 Infernal Drakes on their back on top of this already fed huge damage team. The Smolder is going to be kicking out the damage with the Ziggs like there is no tomorrow. Can't wait to see the charts for this at the end of the game. And this Ram is just wreaking havoc. Separating Yone from his body. Going to snap back, and here is the fight.
Yeah, looking to break out one more time. As the side of XG, they're not going to overforce. They know that they have all the time in the world. Kaz rolling forward once again. Mid inhibitor the target for now. Spoobert working on the bot lane inhibitor simultaneously. Will be 2 inhibitors down for the Gremlins. In goes McFeeds for the engage. They're trying to get on top of the Smolder. OTF is going pretty low, but it's the Smolder who stays alive. It's the Smolder who's dominating as the executions start to come through. The dragon lasers rain down from the sky once again. It's going to be a quadra kill for the mid laner to close this one out. 1 quadra kill for each carry in the final game of the series. And XG, they may have lost one more game. The Gremlins able to get at least 1 win off the nearly undefeated team, but XG weren't going to go down that easily. They make their way to the semifinals and 1 step closer to the title.
Yeah, congratulations there, sealing your way in, and a very convincing manner too. Game 2 really delaying 3 Baron attempts at their base, still being able to hold it, and kind of MVP with the minions kind of shutting in there. But this game, a convincing victory and great rotations, great team fights, and 2 quadra kills. We were spoiled this game.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it was so well played from XG. I mean, even just the lane swap in the early levels, I feel like was so intelligent. Yeah, the quadra kills for each carry was crazy, and just winning a game of League of Legends with the Ziggs and Smolder at before 30 minutes, like that's. I mean, they were dominant. They were dominant in this last game. I think after game 2, after the Gremlins struggled so much to close out that second game, I think we kind of had a feeling the way we expected this series to go from that point. And I think XG just really proved themselves to be the better team tonight.
Yeah, they did it in a convincing fashion too. It was consistent play, for taking out game 2, and there were still some highlights, for those team fights that we saw in there. But, once they started the fight and once they started grouping, there was just no stopping them. They had great vision, great angles, and great communication all throughout the entirety. So, especially with the knowledge too, like you just mentioned, these lane swap scenarios, they're not afraid to do it. If you pick an unfavorable matchup, they have no problem rotating around, and they play it, very well. I don't see a lot of, this level elo being able to play as efficiently as they are. So, coup de grace to them.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's great to highlight the fact that they were able to execute these pretty complicated macro strategies and made it look so good. I think is really intimidating, honestly, for whoever their opponent is going to be in the semifinals. I mean, there's a lot that you have to consider going up against this team. I mean, the kind of dumbed down version is like, oh, carry's good. Like, oh, May OTF are great in the team fights, and that's how they win. But like the number of steps that they take to get to that point and the number of different ways that they can get to that point is really what's impressive about this team.
yeah, there's no, major holes in this team, and even if you do attack one piece of it, the other ones are going to just be able to, step up and carry the game on that. So we saw, plays throughout the entirety from top to bottom, support doing a great job. There was like there's just no holes in their game, so you have to outclass them and outplay them. So, maybe it's something where you hope to draft a super early game, great team comp that can really move with them and make sure you have the ward coverage to make those decisions and make sure your team's going in on the right priority targets. Because I don't know how much, looking into a late game scenario when the games aren't going past the 30-minute mark is it going to ever be in your favor.
Mm. Yeah, that's definitely a tall order for whoever's going up against XG next. Who's our game for POG, Gitano? Who are we giving it to this time around?
The entire team. There's not
Up
someone.
to
I mean,
one.
I've been on the May train the entire time, and I think I'm going to continue on it. Not to take away
Yeah.
from anyone in the team, because like I said, the entire team deserves the MVP. Everyone doing their job so well and so efficiently to make sure that these games went as smoothly as possible. You dropped one game, but in the grand scheme of things, we saw you Kane Singe in game one and still do that to a very effective rate. That speaks volume.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Personally for this last one, I think you can't go wrong with the May vote. I personally would want to give it to OTF, a big old 0 in the death column for the Smolder, and picked up obviously that first blood as well in the 1v1 to get things off on the right foot for XG. Do we have results from around the league production before we close out the stream for tonight? Do we have all those results in? You pull up. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, crazy.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
so TFF completed the reverse sweep over, that was Tilt, I believe, that TFF took down. And then the Monkeys Reformed are still playing Game 5 over against Syndicate. So we're going to send it directly over there so we can see the end of that one, guys. Thank you, everybody, very much for watching. From myself, from Gitana, from all from the entire team here at Blue Otter. Thank you guys very much. Don't forget to tune into Plat League tomorrow night and enjoy the rest of the Combine as well that we do have on the main channel. Have a great night. Enjoy Game 5.